Folks, I'll never stop having it. And by it, I mean, I guess Enchant Worldle. Just doing this right off the bat. Doing it right off the tick right here. Oh, thank God it's old. It's an old rare. Grim Lavamancer. 1 mana red rare, and it's a creature. That's not that many. And it's not a legendary creature. Bloodhall Ooze. Okay. 1 mana red rare creature. Goblin guy. It's a goblin. Legion Loyalist. Okay. Me getting this, oh, Spike Shot Altar. Yeah, it's like the parameters are so, you know, narrow. Of course we're going to be getting it. Of course we're going to be getting that. Great card, Spike Shot Elder. That card was dope. Comboed with Basilisk Collar and Standard, which was very funny. And occasionally saw play in Goblins in Canadian Highlander. Creature? What's with all these creature types? What are you, fucking Priest of Gix over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, Blardist, oh, it's Zulaport Cutthroat. All the T's, I guess an ally makes sense, because it's always like, they tack it on to the end. Nope. Alright. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of something. Something of something. R blank blank rot. Oh, it's Shepherd of Rot. Yeah. Okay. You fool. You tried to give me a zombie card from Onslaught Block? Not getting past this boy. Not happening. Not happening. Not in your life, friend. Pertinent to this card. When I was at Yellow Jacket recently, been getting back into my walks. I kind of slipped out of it. Been getting back into the old walking 10 kilometers a day. And it's great. Hold on, let me finish chewing this toast and then I'll start talking. I put way too much toast in my mouth. Getting back on my walking 10K a day lifestyle. Kind of dipped out of it. One of the benefits of it is that anytime I need even something, like, you know, when you're like, oh, I really wish I could have like exactly 1 banana. And you're like, but I don't have any bananas. And you're like, I don't want to walk to the store for just 1 banana. When you're on that 10K a day lifestyle, you go for that fucking banana, and it's great. It's so dope. It is just like, oh yeah, sick. I get to like, you know, finish my wheel and I get that banana. So I was putting together a deck because I am traveling on the weekend. Over the weekend, I am going to fly to Los Angeles, California. And I'm going to hang out with Kibler and Olivia and record some Commander at home. And I was looking for a card that I didn't own. What is it called? This card is cracked. Territory Color. This card is so dope. Here, I'll bring it up on screen for you. I don't know how I didn't own this, by the way. 5 mana for a 7/5 Eldrazi in green with reach and avoid. In landfall, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into the graveyard. It's like perfect for the deck that one of the decks that I'm going to bring. Somehow didn't own it. I'm like, shit, I really want to pick up this card. I'm like, oh, I know. I'm going to walk to Yellow Jacket for this 25-cent card or whatever. And that's dope. Just being like, yeah, I'll do this. Of course I'll do this. Got to get those steps in. So I walk there, pick up this card. Also treat myself by getting a series of cards for pre-modern, including some real bangers. But I also picked up a couple of cards that are technically pre-modern legal, but not for pre-modern. But you'll appreciate them, chat. Here, I'm gonna make my camera massive. Please excuse my hair. I haven't showered. Please excuse my face. I've been out in the sun a lot. Wait, why is that not working? All right, get ready. That's right. That's right. Ed had 2 copies of Mwanvuli Ooze. Just kicking it. You better believe I paid like $1 for both of these. It's still just the best art in the game. That fucking monkey, man. That fucking monkey. Oh. It was worth it. See? And if you don't take that walk, you don't run into the Mwanvulius. Sage of Madness for the 31st month. Thank you for having me. It's great to preview here. Thank God there was a view at the end of that. Thank you for all the support. Hope you're doing well. HB8U for the 18th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. And Gav MTG for the 11th month. This minute. Oh, I see. Just getting into Canadian Highlander. Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to hear that you're into Highlander. What's your deck of choice? What has drawn you? What siren song lulled you into our wonderful format? And yes, this is Air Silent Soul. We're listening to Moon Safari because we're doing a set review. And for set reviews, I always try to have, well, electronic music. Maybe something more ambient. Anywho. Shall we get into it? Do I have anything else I want to talk about? I don't think so. Not now. Like I said, there will be some news/announcements coming out within the next month, or within this month, I'll say. And it's not bad, but I'm just setting expectations for when it happens. What are we doing on Friday for Final Fantasy? So we don't have a PPR because, well, it's Square Enix. But we do have a full day of playing Final Fantasy. So we're going to be doing some sealed magic. We're going to be doing a draft. I've got, the pre-release kit. My deck is hilarious. You might want to lower the music volume a smidge. You might want to mind your own business. or buy better headphones. Whatever works for you. I could also talk louder. I mean, I'm about to get into the swing of things here. All right. Speaking of, now that I have that out of the way, okay. I am going to begin, if that's all right. So we're going to be talking about Final Fantasy previews. We are going to be talking about cards from the main set. I previously spoke on the cards from the Commander product, as those decks were, the Commander decks were entirely previewed in, well, they're previewed in their entirety. And now we're moving on to the main set. I believe a large amount of the main set has been officially previewed. And so this seems like a good time to do so, because over the next couple of days, as we lead up to the full set being previewed, I'll get to talk about, well, everything from the set. And that sounds pretty good. I'm going to be going through WUBRG. I'm going to be discussing cards in terms of their viability in Canadian Highlander, primarily. Although if something catches my eye for something like Cube or for Commander or just vibes in general, then maybe I will talk about it. I'll bring it up. But this is primarily through the lens of Canadian Highlander. Because of that, I am going to be judging the cards on a competitive level. This doesn't mean that I'm going to exclude cards just because they don't fit into a top tier archetype. I think that there is value gained by discussing cards that may show up in lower tiered archetypes that still have a presence in the format, or burgeoning archetypes or newer archetypes, right? I feel like that's something that players, myself included, have a tendency to skip over. And while there aren't necessarily, at least to my knowledge, cards here that are going to catapult a whole brand spanking new archetype into the stratosphere, into top tier or whatever, there are occasionally going to be cards that can provide redundancy for certain effects, where you might want to build around that style of deck, and really you just need redundancy. In fact, I'm going to talk about that in the first couple of cards here. So in addition to me talking about these cards in a competitive sense, and that, you know, basically that's the primary evaluation, right? I'm evaluating these cards and how likely it is that I am going to play them in a variety of Canadian Highlander archetypes, and how well they are going to perform, or whether or not they push new archetypes into the format. Because of this, I may say some words that are not the most flattering or complimentary of some of these cards. I know that there are plenty of people watching this that love Final Fantasy and that have an emotional attachment to these games, and they may take some of my statements towards cards depicting their favorite characters as a personal attack. I am begging you to create a detachment from these fictional characters for just a second here, and understand that I am criticizing the text on the cards, the stat line, the cost, and not the character themselves. Although occasionally I will do that, and then that's fine. If I have beef with somebody with the stupidest fucking name I've ever seen, and you're like, hey dude, I love Gromthaldo, then great, come at me. Tell me why this character you jerked off to as a 15-year-old is actually cool and good. Just Salvation for the second month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Are we clear? Are we clear? I had an interaction as well on the Discord where I saw people discussing cards from the set. And they were talking about what they believe to be the best cards in the set. And I feel like they were completely off mark. And so I think it's worth mentioning that, one, card evaluation is difficult, very difficult. I think I'm rather all right at it. However, even I will slip up. But what I'm getting at this is that if you think a card is good and I think a card is bad, if I'm going through the effort to explain parts of why I believe the card is good or parts of why I believe the card is bad, don't just reply, actually, this card's really good. You got to give me something, right? You got to give me something here. You don't need to type a novel, but you gotta back that up a little bit. Or just be like, oh yeah, okay, well, I guess we have different values or priorities in evaluating cards. Is Queen stating still banned? No, you can do whatever you want. I've been doing this for 6 years. Maybe I just don't give a... I mean, I give a shit about doing this. Maybe I just don't give a shit about the Queen status. We're in our 30s now. It's not about queens, it's about wives and husbands. Trimantha, welcome back for the 4th month. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. I hope you're doing well. For 3 months in advance. Holy smokes. Very big thank you. Big thank you. Card evaluation is super easy. I don't know. Yeah, I've seen some wild takes in terms of which cards are the best for Highlander. And there sure are a lot of 4-mana cards that people are talking about that we already have pre-existing versions that are great. Anywho, let's talk about the cards, shall we? Oh, I guess it's worth mentioning. I'm not going to talk about every single card here. I am going to talk about most of the cards. Basically, if it's a legendary card or a rare, I am going to talk about it. There are some cards here that I think are not particularly good, and I'm still going to want to talk about it. But that's mostly because I have seen people discuss about it in a positive light, or I think it's a card in an interesting direction, and maybe creating some conversation about it will stimulate, people enough that they're like, hey, actually, that's kind of cool. I'm going to go out and build that deck. And I think that's a neat part of this process. Also, if I talk about legendary cards, a non-zero amount of it, even if they're bad, is that they have a goofy-ass name. Oh, and yeah, full disclosure, if you're new here or didn't watch the Commander preview, I have played the first 2 discs of Final Fantasy IX and maybe a little bit of 10 at my friend's house. I know about 7, somewhat, and I know about the Killing Chaos one, and the Phoenix one. There's one where you're like a Phoenix, or you're there's a Phoenix involved. Also, I know the one about the like e-boys driving across Arizona, and the Gooner MMORPG. I know about a couple of these games. I don't know the specifics, but I do have a wiki open because I have a curious mind. Anyways, this is a guy I do know. In fact, is one of my favorite characters from 9. Adalbert Steiner, 1 and a white for a legendary human knight, lifelinking 2/1. Adalbert Steiner gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. So this card is not the most exciting thing in the world. This is the direction for equipment that I think most equipment decks in Canadian Highlander are going to be taking. Is one more focused on value. A value engine until they smush you. This might seem like a goofy kind of comparison, but think of it like Seeker Walk, where you are playing a series of cards that don't really do too much other than find other cards, or maybe they provide a certain amount of nuisance, right? Cards like Ragavan, Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, or whatever in a Boros equipment deck they interact positively with equipment because they happen to be creatures, but they're mostly there as above rate threats that will distract you or make you spend your resources on dealing with them until you get Colossus hammered or until you don't have anything to deal with Cauldron Complete. That said, this card's a genetic freak and he's not normal. So you take his 2 to 1% chance of hitting you with lifelink damage, and you multiply that by +1/+1 for each equipment you control. Something Samoa Joe at sacrifice. I do think that there is a version of equipment that goes in on the Bone Splitters and the 1-mana equipment. But that said, I think that version is more combo oriented with a Nadu package. I was thinking about this a couple of days ago, where like I think Bant equipment with the SRAM Pure Steel Paladin, I'm just going to draw my deck sort of game plan, which would play Shuko, is also a deck that can play the Nadu package, and you just kill by like drawing your deck, and then you put a bunch of equipment on one card and then smack them for lethal. Yeah, it's just you have a Goblin Piker that can get a little out of hand, but the equipment deck typically doesn't have a ton of equipment. It's like 1 or 2 pieces, which push this to be a little above rate, but even then it's just a beater that still dies to Lightning Bolt. Oh, this is relevant too. You may run into me using a term Baracus. Baracus is what I am going to use to describe a legendary creature that does not provide substantial value or is too expensive, like is on the more expensive side, or does not provide enough value that also is a prime target for Caracas or Lightning Bolt. There are going to be some legendary creatures that get Baracused that I still will talk about positively. But just note that when I say Baracus, I'm not talking about BA. I'm talking about it's a boltable legend. What is the reference? It's not. It's a clumsy portmanteau. It's Bolt plus Caracas. Moving on. Aerith Gainsborough, 2 and a white for a 2/2 legendary creature human cleric with lifelink. Whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on Aerith. And when Aerith dies, you put X 1/1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith. This is an Ajani's Pridemate that has lifelink itself. It does get Baracused, but I'm okay with this because it is a 3-mana creature that also just happens to have a death trigger. This is a good example of a card that is not exactly in a top tier archetype. I do think that an aggressive Soul Sisters list is underrepresented in your average Canlander metagame. It's an archetype that I think has some pretty reasonable legs because you can just make massive creatures right out the gates, and you just have a wide open point spread. You can also have a combo package in it as well, right? There are a bunch of cards that can fit into a deck that is looking to basically always have Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride and friends, and be able to that also can pivot into like a combo deck, basically. Green-white base, and you can green-white flared base, and then you can kind of add a supporting color if you'd like. I think that's probably relevant. Yeah, Ballista, Heliod. I mean, just Bright Glass, being able to find Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride. It can be a deck that has a very low mana cost, average mana cost, and so you can dip into black and get cards like Reanimate and Unearth to really just make yourself extremely fucking annoying. And I think that Aerith is a card that fits into that, especially because, well, she's a Pridemate that gains life that is really good off of mana acceleration. Worth mentioning as well, gaining life and putting counters on her, and then dying and putting counters on legends. Why, that sounds like something that food can do. I think there is a version of food that is whenever Serge talks about food, and you know he's off of it right now, and that makes sense. But like, I think he looked at it in the wrong way. He was like, everything gets Caracas and I lose to Caracas, and it's like, oh yeah, you're just not doing it right, dude. You just need more, because that deck has so many legends. And like, so yeah, if Aerith dies and you put a bunch of counters on your Hobbits and your Treebeard, like, great, that's fine. Sounds good to me. That's also a deck that cares about +1/+1 counters in a way with like Rosie Cotton and friends. I don't know. I just think this card has a lot of application. It's cheap enough. Its abilities all synergize. You're going to have splash damage on both of these abilities too, the life gaining and the additional counters. And it's cheap enough. And it's a single pip of mana. I mean, that's not too much of a surprise nowadays, but you know, it is worth mentioning. Mr. Dr. Lewis for the 11th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Yeah, there's a card called Barakos, but I'm saying Baracus. These are different words. Also, both of them are made up. Zarin Rosewood for the 3rd month. That FNPF dredge deck was sick as hell. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for all the support. Hey, chat, I got a question for you. This is a little bit of a side tangent, but I was talking to Angel about Moxfield because she was complaining about all the Moxfield notifications she's getting from Barcube, humble brag. And I was saying that I had to I had to mute Moxfield notifications a long time ago. Out of curiosity, or sorry, in this conversation led us to talk about the most viewed decks that we have on Moxfield. And I was surprised to find out that my Dredge deck is the 3rd most viewed deck I have on Moxfield. But can you guess what the first 2 are? Can you guess what my most viewed deck on Moxfield is and my second most viewed deck on Moxfield is? I'll give you a hint. They're both Canadian Highlander decks. Eggs. Yeah, well, okay, got it in one. Eggs is my most viewed deck on Moxfield with just over 20,000 views. Academy. It is an Academy deck of sorts. But people know it by something else. No, Ruin Your Evening is like number 7 or something. I'll give you a hint. There are a lot of activated abilities of creatures in this Academy deck. Welder, yes. It is Eggs, Grixis Welder, and then Dredge. And some reason, a medium red deck in Gladiator? I have no idea why this is here. Also, when this must have been 3 years old. Oh, this is in the last year? Is this the one with the horse? What's this horse called? The Switchgrass Grazer? Yeah, the horse. All right. Anywho, I just thought that was funny. I'm surprised. I was kind of surprised about Welder and Dredge. Somebody asked, is there a good base for this life gain deck as well? Are you looking for a list to build from? Because if you want to know how to build this deck, you go to Advanced Search on Scryfall, you click Creature, and you go when gain life, and then it'll give you all these, and then you sort by mana value, and then you just look at all the good ones. You go like, yeah. Oh, Guide of Souls, I'll add that. Yeah, Oh, Lunar Veteran, this is probably better than a Soul Warden, I'll add that. Oh, hey, Essence Warden was there, I'll add that. You know, you just do that. I think I might actually have a version on my Moxfield. I don't know how up to date is this going to be. Soul Sisters. Ooh, 5 months ago. There you go. I recall this deck being pretty reasonable. Like, you just get to play Barrogoyf. All the good stuff cards that you're including are also just pretty good. There's definitely some upgrades from this set that you can put in here. But, like, I don't know. You get to be a deck that has a theme, but also you're just like a Johnny, Barrogoyf, Emperor of Bones, Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, Bowmasters, Shieldred, season, like the initiative cards. There's just so many cards in here that are fucked up that also just happen to synergize with the deck pretty nicely. Okay. Ambrosia Whiteheart. This is a bird. 1 and a white for a legendary bird. It's a 2/2 with flash, and when Ambrosia enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. And because it's a chocobo, and I believe all chocobos have this ability, it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Cowardice, to be honest. Although there's a chocobo chick that puts a 1/1 counter on it. So, but this appears to be like the chocobo ability. I think there is a pixie deck in our format in Canadian Highlander. I tried putting it together, and I got about 20 cards in terms of like, you know, synergistic cards like the core Skyfishers and whatnot. And then I was like, okay, well, this is enough for me. And then I stopped building it. But I just wanted to do the check of like, how many of this kind of effect can I actually find? Because we just got Sunspear Kieran. We obviously have Nurturing Pixie. There's Core Skyfisher. There's the Chingwing or whatever it's called. You have a lot. You have a shockingly large amount of these cards. I don't think you necessarily need to go Esper. You can, you know, build this in a couple of different ways. Honestly, probably Mardu is the best way to look at it. You kind of build yourself like a Mardu synthesizer style deck. But the supporting colors, you could probably get a little flexible with it. I think you can get a bit flexible with how you're building it, which is kind of cool. I'm not saying that it's a top tier archetype, and I'm also not saying that I would necessarily play this anywhere else. Although it is worth mentioning that I think this is the first legendary card that does this. Like, we have Nyambi, but she only returns creatures. This can return anything. You know, this can return anything, which is kind of nice. Also, being being mono white means you can't Cavern Harpy it for Allurin, which is a bit of an issue, but you can loop this with Caracas. Oh yeah. Caracas Caracas, Allurin, Fastbond, Guide of Souls. Nice. Oh, it's a good song, Angel. Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. 2 and a white for a 3/2 legendary human rebel noble. Whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can reveal an artifact from among them, put into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Credit to them for making a legendary creature or a named character in Final Fantasy after the 10th one that has a normal name. I can't believe this card has a normal name. This card is not good. It gets Baracused into oblivion. Also just gets shocked. And attack trigger on this kind of thing is not that exciting. But yeah, props to having... You don't want to know her full name? Well, now I kind of do. We got into a discussion about this last time, where like, about the pronunciation of these names, when like the goddamn company can't even figure it out. Never mind, I hate this card. Ashelia Benargan Dalmat... Somebody needs to stop the Japanese, and I hate to be the one to do it. Like, what the fuck is this? Benarganin? They've gone too far. Square Enix has gone too far. So, we're just caught in this vicious cycle of a bunch of Westerners fetishizing Japanese culture, and then and then the Japanese go, "Oh yeah," they spew out Ashelia Benargan Dalmasca, and then we end up getting like a ceasefire. We're like, okay, hold on, stop. Yeah, it's all a revenge plot. Okay. Oh, somebody talked about alt art for a bird. I mean, it kind of just looks like a bird. Battle menu. 1 and a white for an instant. You choose one. Attack. Make a 2/2 white knight creature token. Ability. Target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. Magic. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. And item. You gain 4 life. Very cute card. I like this. This is some. It's like, oh, I'd get this reference. There is a ton going on in this card. Unfortunately, I think all these options are just awkward enough to not see play. You know? Destroying a creature with power 4 or greater is always one of those. This is one of those lines of text where you're like, oh, hell yeah. I'm going to blow up so many Barrogoyfs or Shieldrids or Murktide Regents or Abhorrent Oculus. And then you just die to, like, I don't know, Vendilion Clique and Leovold and shit. And you're like, oh, okay. Increasing the booty is kind of nice, but also not huge. A flash 2/2, kind of interesting. But also, like, where are we playing this card? I guess is what I'm saying. Like, it does so many things. None of them are above rate. None of them are exciting. And so I think this might end up being a case where players are going to overvalue flexibility in favor of synergy or power level. Magic players like to go back and forth between undervaluing flexibility and overvaluing flexibility. You need to have a certain, amount of flexibility, but like, not like this. Not like this. Is this person wearing pants? Okay, they are. Well, they're wearing like waders. All right, never mind. Beatrix Loyal General. 4 white for a legendary human soldier with vigilance, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control. This is a 6 mana 4/4. Finally, some good food. Cloud Midgar Mercenary. 2 white for a 2/1 legendary human soldier mercenary. When Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. This card's great. Oh, none of these prices are real. These prices are all fucked up. They're all fake. And some of them gay. This is a 2 mana tutor on for an equipment on ETB that ends up triggering sorry, what am I trying to say here? I mean, it triggers so many different things. This card has a lot of words on it that all are good. Sometimes an evaluation of a card is really just reading a card. Like, I'm like, I read the card, tell you what it does, and then I go, yeah, this is good because it's a 2 mana human that happens to be a legend that tutors an equipment, then has a plus side if you put an equipment on it, such as a Sword of X and Y, or a fucking whatchamacallit, Skull Clamp or a Jite. This guy's a twink. This guy is not a Cloud is not a twink. I understand that the term twink has evolved. I just tried to search the word twink on the Final Fantasy wiki. I understand that the word twink has evolved quite a bit. This is a 23-year-old man. Or a 21-year-old? I mean, you can be in your 20s and be a twink. But, like, this guy's not a twink. I did say twink. No, you're not. You're also not a twink.
People keep telling me I am.
Yeah, that's because the word fucking means nothing anymore.
I have too much hair to be a twink.
Yes, you're too hairy to be a twink.
But people keep telling me. I've heard it 7 times now. People keep telling me I'm a twink. I'm like, guys, I'm not a twink.
That's because the gay community let loose the word twink into the straight community, and then the straights started using it improperly, and then it came back to the gay community as this amalgam, this bastardized horror.
I am a skinny white guy, therefore.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Fucked up.
It's fucked up.
But I do think it's funny that I heard you say twink, and I was like, hello?
Hello? Yeah, I came back wrong. Anyways, Cloud's not a twink. This card's good, though. I'm excited to play it in Death and Taxes. I'm excited to play it in, obviously, Equipment. The fact that this is a human is not nothing. Obviously, triggering your Champion of the Parish and your Thalia's Lieutenant. Pretty exciting. Doesn't have the ability to sneak out, say, a Cauldron Complete, but I like the utility that this card can provide with Caracas, especially given how much utility equipment we have been receiving. Like, the fact that you can play this card and find a chainsaw and then bounce it back and then find an actual chainsaw can be impactful, but find like just a shadow spear or whatever. It's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. What's this one again? Yeah, no, I'm good. Although this card is probably going to make it. I mean, I'll talk about it because I think this card's going to show up in 1-drop cube. Crystal Fragments. One white for an artifact that's an equipment. Equip cost 1. Equip creature gets +1/+1. 5 white. Exile it. Return to play, and it returns as a 4/3 flying enchantment saga construct creature called Alexander, and it prevents all damage. It would be dealt to your things, and it taps their board. It's kind of cool for 1-drop cube. I like anything that's like, hey, check it out. It's just a little equipment. Leonin Scimitar is really good and limited. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I hit 7 mana. Here we go. Big boy. Delivery Moogle. 3 and a white for a 3/2 Moogle with flying. And when this enters, you search your library or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less. Reveal it, put it in your hand. And if you search your library this way, shuffle it. Getting it out of the way, this card obviously can find Time Vault or Voltaic Key or Black Lotus. The fact that it can find all of those, as well as, Zurin Orb and friends, is not nothing. I want to get it out of the way. That's not nothing, because I saw the reaction to this card in my Discord, and they were talking about how this is like the best card of the set. I do not believe that to be the case. I do not believe this card to be a top 5 card of the set, but I'm not saying it's unplayable. I think that there are definitely versions of Time Vault that are going to want to just max out on the tutors, even though this is a 4-mana card. Obviously, having acceleration in your deck and a single white pip so that your Tolarian Academy can tap for a bulk of this and then you pay for the additional one is not much, it's not that difficult to achieve, but when you don't have the Academy or you don't have the Ancient Tomb, this card is so much worse than Tribute Mage or Trinket Mage. Flexibility is nice, but this is a spot where people are overvaluing flexibility, because flexibility for this card, here's a great example. The flexibility of this card starts at deck building, not so much at like play, right? The flexibility comes from like, oh, I could include this in a deck that wants to find Time Vault, but I can also include this maybe in a deck that wants to find, I don't know, Black Lotus or Thopter Sword or whatever. I mean, usually the deck's finding Time Vault, also find Thopter Sword. I can play this in a deck that finds Zurin Orb. Isn't that exciting? But then in play, the flexibility is so much narrower. Like in a Time Vault deck, that's where it's going to be its most flexible. Where you could be like, oh, I could find Portable Hole or Thopter Sword or Vault Combo, and that's exciting. But at 4 mana, I just think that's a little too much, especially as we've seen those decks pivoting into like the Bant Time Vault that just has like Bright Glass Gearhulk, which is just so much scarier and has an avenue to setting up your Time Vault combo anyways while being a genuine threat, right? Like you still have to deal with this Bright Glass. So I'm not saying this card's unplayable. I'm just saying we already have versions of this card or similar enough cards that are either cheaper, in a better color, or they facilitate both your combo plan and provide a genuine distraction or board presence. 3/2 flyer is not nothing, but like you need to deal with that Bright Glass Gearhulk, because if you don't, the Mockingbird that they have found is now going to become another Bright Glass Gearhulk. Or because it's just a 4/4 first strike trampler. Your cat is staring at the spinning rat entranced by it. Working as intended. Hold on, let me grab some allergy medication before I start talking about this card. It's not related to this card, but, you know. He's allergic to blondes. Well, I dated a blonde woman once and I told myself I'd never do it again. Then I dated a blonde man once and then I told myself I'd never do it again. So here we are. Is Dion a normal name? Yeah, this is just a guy. This is just a guy, don't worry. I got a gummy I need to eat. Writes down Wheeler, get Wheeler a blonde envy. That might actually, that might be, I'm already taken and I'm very happy. Thank you very much. But that might be the best, you know, that might be the solution. Because even if they're blonde, only one part of their head actually has hair. The other is shaved. So it's only half blonde. Anyways, here's Dion Bahamut's Dominant. 3 and a white for a 3/3 legendary human noble knight that has Dragonfire Dive. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying. And when Dion enters, you create a 2/2 white knight creature token. and then has 4 white tap, exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. And the Dion turns into Bahamut, Warden of Light, a 5/5 legendary saga creature that has Wings of Light. Put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn. And Giga Flare for Chapter 3. Destroy target permanent, and then exile Bahamut, and then return it to the battlefield, which goes back to Dion. So this is a 4-mana creature that is a legend that dies to bolt, but I like it. I think I like this card for a couple of reasons. One, it's a human. That gives a ton of like cachet in terms of 4 drops for a mono white deck or for a white X deck, right? Like just works with Champion of the Parish, works with Thalia's Lieutenant. Cavern of Souls makes it so much easier. These decks also typically will run fast mana, like Ancient Tomb, Soul Ring, Mox Pearl, Mana Crypt. And so getting up to 4 is a lot easier, especially if it's only a single white pip. It brings along another token initially. And then if it comes back, obviously it brings another token. Both Dion and the Knight token that are created are going to have flying during your turn, which pushes a ton of damage. Not to mention there's going to be splash damage on the additional knights that you play. I'm going to pull this up because there are always more knights than you'd expect. So if I'm talking about Dion in the place of, say, mono white Boros or Naya humans, here are the cards that are reasonable to play in any of these strategies. I'm not saying that every version plays them, but could show up. Especially if they have an emphasis on legendary creatures, which some of them do. Basri, Dauntless Bodyguard, Emberith, sorry, Student of Warfare. I mean, occasionally Venerable Knight does show up. It is a Savannah Lions. Ember Shieldbreaker's not embarrassing to play. Inti. Mary occasionally shows up. Not a human, but does show up. I mean, that's like 7 already. Yeah, IR's Oathsworn if they're into Mardu. There was another Mardu card. White Orchid Phantom. Exterior like fish eggs. Adeline. Oh, I miss Fiendslayer Paladin. Ooh, Coder, Knight of Autumn. Ooh, Mirren Crusader. Do miss Mirren Crusader. Silverblade Paladin also kind of fallen off, but still will occasionally show up to kill people. This Veteran Beast Rider card is great in Naya Humans. This card, I've got absolutely stomped by this card in Naya Humans. Just like being able to proactively Mother of Ruins and then just do it again. Also, Werefox Bodyguard sees niche play. You get the picture. So there are other knights, Mutavault as well. Some changelings that I didn't mention. Or cards that make knight tokens, like Chivalric Alliance and whatnot. There are cards that make knights. That's basically what I'm getting at. So being able to push a bunch of damage is great. And there will be additional knights running around that can provide that. And then, kind of tied to this card being 4 mana, this getting up to 6 mana in a Death and Taxes style deck or a Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, or Mox Pearl, Ancient Tomb, City of Trader style deck, not as difficult as you'd think. And then when you flip this card is fucking huge. This is huge. Like, it's kind of funny that you just say, like, okay, I'm not pushing damage here, right? You're not attacking with Dion or the Knight. Well, you're going to attack with the Knight token. Yeah, Fourth Aerolingus does make Knight tokens as well. That's relevant. If you get up to the 6 and you transform this, then you're going to put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control, and those creatures gain flying. So putting a counter on the Knight means you're still pushing at least 3 damage. And if you have an additional creature, let's say we got another 2-drop or whatever, then we're pushing additional 3 damage. So we're pushing 6 total as opposed to the 5 that we would be pushing if we didn't transform this in this scenario. Oh, and then you get to do it again the next turn. But you also get to do it with a 5/5 enchantment creature. 5/5 enchantment creature that if you get to the Giga Flare, you just get to destroy any permanent and then make the Dion flips back to Dion, and then your Knight token that you have still has flying. Like, I think this card just does so much and happens to navigate the restrictions and the restrictions and the like synergies that Death and Taxes capitalizes on so well that I am into this card. Like, I think this card will see not, you know, widespread Canlander play, but this is on my list of cards that I am going to be picking up and playing on like Friday Night Paper Fight or whatever. Yeah, it hits any permanent, which can be relevant for like if you're fighting against like lands or whatever, right? Hitting their Glacial Chasm is huge. Anyways, I like Dion. And not just because he's flaming. I mean, he looks honestly, he's a very beautiful man. That said, I think this guy's more my type. He's got this kind of like Zachary Quinto kind of vibe to him. Person in chat who has not left their house. This is more my type. From father to son. 1 in a white. I'm sorry, do I hate monster fuckers? I don't hate them. I just don't, half the time, I don't believe them. Sometimes I don't believe they have the drive. Pun not intended. From father to son, 1 in a white for a sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. And then if the spell is cast from the graveyard, put that card into play instead. And it has flashback for 7. There aren't too many sorcery, or there aren't too many vehicles that I'm like, yes, please, for the love of God, I need to draw this card. Vehicles isn't really a theme to build around either. This is a card that if a vehicle combo did show up, like a reasonable vehicle combo, or like vehicles ended up being something you could build around, this is one that is nice to have in our back pocket. Even though, you know, the 7 mana, flash it back, find yourself the Parhelion, put it into play, I'm not too excited to do that. Also, we just had a vehicle set and it did nothing. Vehicles are still, I don't even know, was there any vehicle from Aether Drift that saw play? I'm going to take a look. Oh, Demonic Junker. So that's 1. I mean, I could say Rocketeer Boost Buggy if I'm feeling really generous. That's it. I think Jason tried Voyager Glide Car and then cut it, but did technically win a tournament with it. Anywho. Yeah, this card's not great. This Italian cat boy. Grahatia. 5 mana for a 3/5 reach. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. Ability triggers only once each turn. I'm good. It's a 5 mana card. Kind of an interesting ability, but it's a 5 mana card. Machinist's Arsenal. 4 and a white for an artifact equipment job select. So when this enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero token and attach it to it. Equip creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to its other types and has equip for 4. This is a really expensive Nettle Cyst. I think this is a card that I would pick up. Like, in all honesty, I don't think it's going to see widespread Canlander play, but I would not be too surprised to die to this card. You know? Like, I'm going to run into somebody that's on, like, blue-white battle bots, and they just cast this card, and I'm like, fuck, I have to kill this stupid hero token because I don't have a shatter, and then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, I'll pay 4 mana and I'll put this onto my Ornithopter, and then I'm dead. It's very expensive, it's very niche, and I think exactly one deck is willing to play this. Like, I think you need to play this. If you are playing this card, I think you need to play it in a Tolarian Academy Mishra's Workshop style deck. Like, this isn't something I'm going to slot into Boros Equipment. It's more so a BattleBots card that happens to play like Stoneforge and Steel Shaper's Gift and like Cloud. What the fuck is this? Let's make our robots look like dinosaurs. I mean, I guess that's not that weird. We do make our we model machinery over based off of animals all the time. There's a term for it. It's escaping me. Magitech Infantry. 1 white for a 1/1 artifact soldier robot. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact. And then you can pay 2 and a white, search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. We are a singleton format, so you will not be able to do that. In a BattleBots style deck, this is a 1 mana 2/1 that happens to be an artifact. I don't think that's the direction I would want to take BattleBots, but if you're playing Court Homunculus, I don't think it's that embarrassing to play this card. It's not exciting. It's not sexy. Kind of wish it got +1/+1, but, you know. Minwu White Mage. 3 white for a 3/3 legendary human cleric with vigilance and lifelink, and whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on each cleric you control. Spike Feeder is not a cleric. This is a prime example of getting Barakist. And for that reason, I'm out. I love it when my Archangel of Thune does not buff the rest of my team and dies to Bolt. Mughul's Valor. 3 white for an instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Mughal creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. This is a 5 mana instant that doesn't do anything unless you have creatures already. And in order for this to be worthwhile, you already need 3 creatures. So a 5 mana instant in white that requires you to have at least 3 creatures in play for you to do anything. And also this card is primarily defensive. I'm good. If you want a card like that you look at this and go like, but wait, what if you get to double all your creatures? Will of the Mardu is much better. The one from TDM Commander, where it's like double 3 mana instant for each creature target player controls, you make a 1/1. So you can, you know, also match your opponent's board if you really need to. Or you get to dome something out. That's cool. Phoenix Down. 1 white for an artifact. Pay 1 and a white. Tap. Exile this artifact. Choose 1. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. I've thought about this card a little bit. It is a 1 mana card that can replace itself in a way. Getting back a Trinket Mage or an Urza or an Auriok Salvagers or whatever. It's kind of exciting. Why the mana restriction? Because what? Because because a 1 mana artifact that has 2 mana instant speed reanimate any creature is fucked. Now, without a mana restriction? Oh. Exile Skeleton Spirit or Zombie is kind of funny. Like, you could definitely catch an Emperor of Bones or whatever with this ability. I just don't think this card does enough. This is the kind of card I look at, I'm like, wow, I can't wait to play this. And then in practice, I'm like, am I ever really sleeving this? It's the kind of card that I want to examine it, right? I want to be like, am I playing this? Why are you playing this, Ben? And the answer is like, because I think it's kind of cool. And it's like, okay, I see. The fact that it exiles itself really does it a disservice. I understand why it exiles itself. But not being able to loop this card and just being a one-shot, I'm just not super impressed with this. It is kind of interesting that you can find it off Bright Glass Gear Hulk. I will say that. Restoration Magic. 1 white instant. It's a tiered spell. For those that haven't seen it, you choose one of these additional costs, and then it has that effect. So the first one is Cure for 0 additional mana. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Cura for 1 additional mana. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible, and you gain 3 life. And then for Curaga, 3 and a white. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 6 life. So 1 mana, protect your thing is kind of neat. 2 mana, protect your thing, gain 3 life is basically just more expensive Tamios protection, or there's a new one that does this too, in green, or sorry, in white. And then 4 mana or 5 mana, save your entire board, gain 6 life. I looked at this card and I initially was like, I think this card's pretty good. And then I paused. It was like, but where am I playing it and why am I playing it? And I couldn't figure out a good reason. Commander, I think, was my reason. I'm playing this card in Commander. That's it. It's just, these cards always look a lot better than they are. Right? The versions of cheap protection spells that see play often push damage as well. Right? Like, Brave the Elements or the Eldrazi Eldritch Immunity, I think is what it's called. Yeah, Eldritch Immunity or Brave the Elements. Those are cards that can protect your board and push damage. And the fact that Indestructible doesn't even save your board from like the most common board wipes of Terminus and Toxic Deluge is so funny. Like, none of these cards are doing that. So you're basically just trying to save it in combat or brick a removal spell. And the other colors, the other cards I mentioned get to do that, but they also have a flip mode, not to quote Busta Rhymes, of pushing a bunch of damage. And I think that's better. That's just a lot stronger. Rosa, Resolute White Mage. 3 and a white for a 2/3 reach. A legendary human noble cleric with reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of turn. This just does not do enough for a 4 mana Barackasable legend. In what world am I playing Rosa when I could be playing Dion or I could be playing Aerith? Oh, I don't want to talk about this card, right? No. It's 2 do nothing. I did say I'd talk about every legend. Slitskin Moogle Merchant. 1 white for a 1/2 legendary Moogle with lifelink. 2 generic tap. Target opponent gains control of another permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. Summon Knights of Round. 6 white for an enchantment creature. Saga Knight. Chapters 1 to 4 are create 3 2/2 white knight creature tokens. Chapter 5 is Ultimate End. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. This also happens to be indestructible. This card is so expensive. It is very powerful, but it unfortunately is in the territory of you have to basically cheat it into play, right? You have to figure out a way to get this into play that isn't hard casting it, because the only decks that can hard cast this spell have better things to do. They tend to, you know, win with Sarah's Sanctum and friends. Great with Reanimate. I mean, it's not the worst with Reanimate, I will say that. It being indestructible is relevant. But the way that Reanimator decks are moving is that I don't think you need to play this. Right? Like, Reanimator decks aren't really champing at the bit for better Reanimator cards. Like targets. Right? You have Atroxa, Archon, Gristlebrand, Valgavoth, even Lord of Change, right? Like, there are just other targets that are a bit more interesting. Like, you can persist this card, which is a plus in its direction. And I think you could play this in your Reanimator deck and have it win the game for you. Right? Like, this is just, it's a lot of power. It's a ton of power. I just think there are better options, and Reanimator lists are typically moving in the direction of fewer reanimation targets rather than more. And the current targets we have are better than this. And I wouldn't want to Rector this. I'd rather Rector Omniscience, right? Or like the Humility Curse or whatever. It's not a bad card. It's just kind of awkward. Like, it's just kind of awkward. If there's a card that returns like a non-Revel Art card or whatever, the fact that it's an enchantment's kind of interesting. Like, if they, you can technically replenish this, but like, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. The Wind Crystal. 2 white for a legendary artifact. White spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. And pay 4 white, tap. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. This is a commander card. Ultima. 3 white for a sorcery. Destroy all artifacts and creatures and the turn. Like I said, the Wraths that see play in our format, Terminus and Toxic Deluge, are often played because they can get around quite a bit, as well as being very cheap. This is not cheap. In fact, it's more expensive than the other Wraths that see play, which are Supreme Verdict and like Wrath of God. I would not play this Magic card. I don't care. Like, destroying all artifacts is neat. Ending the turn does have some upside of like getting around triggered abilities. But sometimes, like, the lack of flexibility. Oh yeah, Wrath of the Skies also. We have Wrath of the Skies. We don't need this card. We have a Modern Horizons card. We'll talk about this card. Weapons Vendor. 3 and a white for a 2/2 human artificer. When this creature enters, draw a card. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you can pay 1 generic, and when you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. It is technically a creature that replaces itself that can also then attach Colossus Hammer to something. I think the 4 mana is a bit too much. I mean, maybe it's asking for too much for this card to be a 3 mana card. But 4 mana is just a little too much, even for like Boros Equipment, which is a deck that often runs acceleration. We have a whole bunch of different ways to put equipment on creatures now. I don't think we need this one, even though if this is a tutorable one, we have other tutorable targets that can do that. And get this equipment cost for free. Out with a knee. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Also, Rourke, I think I missed you. Happy to cloud you. It's great to Midgar here. Who? Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. White Oracite. I'll talk about this card. 2 white for an artifact. When this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. Tap to add a white. I believe this may be... I'm only mentioning this because you can find it off Moonsilver Key and it just bricks anything. That's kind of neat. I don't think I'm playing this card. Oh, it's got Magali art too. I think that's a little too much mana. Yeah, Magali art doesn't always do it for me, but this looks pretty damn good. Yeah, I do think that Magali might be a little overglazed, but this art's great. I like this art a lot. I like the glove. The glove and the crystal. Her hair looks nice too. White Mage's Staff. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. Oh, wait, no, this doesn't do what I thought I did. Never mind. Zach Fair. 1 white for a legendary creature, human soldier, that's a 0/1. Zach Fair enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Pay 1 generic and sacrifice Zach Fair. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zach Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach Fair to that creature. So this is a 1 mana legendary human. Those are 2 boxes that I've mentioned a couple of times, and I'm glad to tick them off for this card. This is a card that cares about counters. It's also a card that can protect your other creatures, albeit for 1 mana. But it is kind of nice that it can push damage, protect the creature in multiple different ways, right? You might catch somebody on like a bad Toxic Deluge calc or whatever. And pass around equipment, right? Being able to pass around like a Shadow Spear or a Skull Clamp or whatever is kind of hot, right? Skull Clamp attached to this card, pay 1 generic, sack it. You get to draw 2, and then you save a creature, and then put the clamp on that creature, and it's bigger. And now next time that they go to try to kill that creature, you're going to guarantee to draw a couple of cards, which is nice. You are paying a 1 mana 1/2, but I think that's okay. It's just nice to have more. It's nice to have a 1-drop that can get in there that has some added utility for protection that can also synergize, like this card with like Luminarch Aspirant or Siege Veteran. Siege Veteran in this card go fucking dummy stupid. Like you are just like putting the counters on it, and then you sack it and you make a soldier token and you get to put all the counters on something else. Like that's kind of disgusting. Yeah, I like this card. We're going to move into blue, but I'm going to take a second to take a bite of my cold toast. Truly terrible. Yeah, I like Zach. It's a 1-mana card. It's a 1-mana card with synergies in its card types and an activated ability that is very impactful that also has multiple different, like, you know, interactions, right? This sacrifice ability does 3 different things. That's huge. And it's 1 mana. Hard to hate it. He's pretty with a big sword. He needs a better haircut, but yeah, you know. I'm with you. Astrologian's Planisphere. 1 in a blue for an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Wow, you get 2 counters with Ancestral Recall. This card's busted. And has Equip 2. This card's a little interesting for a Delirium style deck or for a deck with Tarmogoyf. This is, it's like, the equip cost isn't that bad as well, right? 2 is reasonable. It's not cheap, but it's not the worst. It's kind of funny looking at Corey Steelcutter and then we get this card, though, I gotta tell you. But it does come with a creature. It grows the creature in a couple of different ways. Non-creature is nice that it's not instant and sorcery. Provides an additional card type for your deck, especially now that we have more cards that care about card types like Delirium and whatnot. I'm putting this on my, I think I like it, but I think I like it, and it has homes. There are homes for this card. But I feel like the worst versions, like, I feel like this card is going to, how do I want to word this? If this card showed up in Is It Tempo, and there are 2 Is It Tempo decks in, like, the top 8 of an event, I think the higher placing Is It Tempo list wouldn't be playing this. Like, it's good. It has a lot of benefit to it, to playing it. A lot of synergies with other cards in your deck. But the archetypes that it shows up in are supposed to be so streamlined. And I don't think this adds to that, right? Wrong, it has Diana equipped too. Leave it to the Brit to never shut the fuck up about Diana. We get it. She died like 20 years ago. Let it go. That was a good, I mean, yeah, I'll take it. I'll very quickly talk about this card. Dreams of Laguna. Why is it Final Fantasy VIII? Is that why they have 8 on their chest? What the hell? 1 and a blue for an instant. Surveil 1, then draw a card. And then it has flashback for 3 and a blue. We already have Start the TARDIS. So unless you are one of those people that is like, I vow to never play a Universes Beyond card in my competitive format deck, which that's fine. You can do that if you want. but, you know, I'd prefer to just win tournaments. Then sure, you can play this over this card. The instant speed doesn't do too much, especially because this just looks at more cards. Jumpstart is going to be better than 4 mana flashback as well. I guess what I'm saying is we have a better version of this card, and I don't think that, like, if they printed a second version of Start the TARDIS, like basically the exact same card, you would play that. Them printing a similar-ish card that is just worse, you're not going to play that. You're not going to play that. Edgar, King of Figaro. 6 mana for a legendary human artificer noble that's a 4/5. When Edgar enters, you draw a card for each artifact you control, and then has 2-headed coin. The first time you flip one or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. This is a 6 mana card. It does draw a ton of cards. Like, I don't think we have anything that is quite like this. Right? Like a creature. Like, we don't have an artifact Regal Force, which I think is great. Also, the fact that you can Krakus this is very funny. I don't think the second ability is going to come up, but I don't know. There's Invert Polarity. What are some good flip a coin cards? What are some... Is there a good flip a coin card that can show up? I mean, it's pretty good with Mana Crypt. Oh, it's the first time you flip one or more coins. Okay, hold on. I mean, this card's very funny with Ral Zarek. Yeah, all these cards suck. I don't know. 6 mana ETB, draw a card for every artifact you have is pretty interesting. I'm kind of on the side of I don't think we need this. Artifact decks already know how to draw a shitload of cards. It's called Time Twister. And every time you're adding a non-artifact permanent to your deck, especially at 6 mana, you're making it a little bit worse. So I'm going to say this is a no for me, but it does have a very powerful effect attached to it. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it in something. Drawing a card for each artifact is pretty great. What do I think for Gladiator? I don't think about anything for Gladiator right now. I mean, I guess I think that Gladiator's in a pretty bad spot, and I haven't been playing it. I did not find Gladiator to be that enjoyable. Where it has gotten to, and so I am not playing it right now. Is this Affinity for Birds, draw 4 cards? I think this is. Oh, Affinity for Towns. Sita. My Italian is terrible. There's a second Go-Go. I guess I said I would talk about every legend. Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. 2 and a blue for a 2/4 legendary wizard with XX tap, copy target activated or triggered ability. You control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. Cool commander card. I don't think this has... You can't copy this ability, which I guess makes sense. I don't think there's a clean loop with this that fits into a pre-existing archetype. So I'm going to say no. Sorry, Go-Go. You're pretty cool. And I learned so much about this card. I also learned how much of a stickler Final Fantasy fans are. I don't know if Matt's watching, but Matt was talking about this card. Matt is not watching. Special K, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you. Thank you. Jill, Shiva's Dominant. 2 and a blue for a legendary human noble warrior. That's a 2/2. When Jill enters, you return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And then you can pay 3 blue and tap to exile Jill and return to play transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. Comes back as Shiva, Warden of Ice. 4/5 legendary enchantment creature, Saga Elemental. That has Mesmerize for Chapter 1 and 2. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. And Chapter 3 is Cold Snap. You tap all lands your opponents control, and then exile Shiva and return it to play. Obviously, it comes back as Jill. This card's great. Very straightforward. It's just nice to have a card. I mean, Karakusing this is kind of miserable for the opponent. I like that you can Karakus this yourself. Non-land permanent is wild. That's just anything. And you can target your own cards as well. That's pretty incredible. I wholly expect this card to show up in Allurin, as well as maybe some other creature combo decks. This goes infinite with Nyambi, which is nice. But then also just like the added, like the utility of this card is pretty great. It's kind of funny because this flip side is powerful, but it doesn't really do what your deck is primarily looking to kind of do, right? But I could see an Allurin deck flipping to this and then being like, okay, well, this creature can't be blocked. I'll attack you with like my Skirmish Rhino and this new unblockable creature or whatever. And you have to deal with this 4/5, which is pretty cool. Damn, why is 16 all about these people's BDSM shit? Chunk, I'm going to say this because I know you watch Northern Lion. How very millennial coded of you. Oh, I get it. That's like Michael Smith from The Office. That's pretty funny. Xavier back for the 17th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? What up? What up? It's a long ass time. The Silence 9. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. How you doing? How you been? Thank you. Thank you. Huh? Usually this and this are, this is like Louis and Lo or O. This is like, or Wa? Louis Sois? Louis Wa? Louis Wa? Sacrifice. Louis Sois? Usually these, both of these parts of this name end the word. So my brain's trying to deal with seeing this for the first time and figuring out how the hell do I pronounce this. Anyway. One blue instant for Louis' Sacrifice. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sack a legendary creature or pay 2 generic. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. Sacking exactly a legendary creature is very expensive. And then paying 3 mana for this ability is very expensive. It's kind of cool that it is technically an additional stifle. But it's just so much to ask from this card. I'm not into it. I'm sure it's great in like CDH or whatever. Holy shit. I just heard about there being an 11-hour CDH finals in like a tournament. That's unbelievable. That can't be right. 11 hours? The most unserious fucking format of all time. And it ended in a draw. I like playing CDH. I don't think that should be a tournament format. It's just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like the C in CDH should stand for casual competitive. That's so fucking funny. 4 hours on one? No, that can't be. That can't be. A single stack resolution should not take the same amount of time that it would take me to fly from one side of the country to the other. It's so fucking stupid. Oh. So No talking. New rule. Yeah, how does a judge not step in and be like, hey, this is taking too long? Anyways. That's so funny. A content creator? Okay, when you say content creator, not to sound elitist, but are we talking about like an actual content creator? Or are we talking about somebody that just has content creator in their Twitter bio? Twitter bio? Okay. Yeah, because I don't like if you had any stake in the game as far as this being something that, you know, is your livelihood. I think you got to be like, damn, the optics on this are going to be terrible. Ziathian back for the 13th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Magic Damper. I almost read that as diaper. 1 blue for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. Is this just dive down or shore up? This is shore up. Yeah, sure. Why not? We have a million of these. I guess if you want to play a Final Fantasy card, I guess it's shore up for Ladies Cube. How about that? How about that? Angel, I found a shore up for Ladies Cube. Although I think dive down. I don't know. Merfolk, the gender of merfolk is so ambiguous. Those luscious lips could be any gender. Magic diapers is what they wore to an 11-hour CDH game. You don't have to... I wanted to be clear. On this channel, we name names. We name names. If it's confirmed, we name names. All right? Oh. Big stretch. Oh, hell yeah. The entire game was streamed. That's so funny. An 11-hour stream for a single game? Holy shit. I like to think that that guy from like a North 100 Showdown VOD that said I was the most boring Magic player they'd ever seen is just really into 11-hour CDH games. Gold Sabertooth. Never heard of them. Matoya, Archon Elder. 2 and a blue for a legendary creature, human warlock. That's a 1/4. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. Draw a card after you scry or surveil. Okay, this is my hear me out from the set. This card is very similar to Hercule, in my opinion. Hercule Master Wizard. Hercule is also a 3-mana 2/4, or 3-mana X4 rather. That has an ability that can put cards into your hand. On a little side tangent, I love these. They're, yeah, like I love a call Pakal. Like the 3-mana big booty Judies that draw cards if you play Magic the Gathering for your deck. I think they're probably underplayed. It's just kind of hard to develop a build that kind of checks the boxes. But Hercule has seen some play in Scapeshift turns. I've been a bit of a Hercule hater. I think I like this card a little bit more. There are a ton of cards that scry and surveil, including lands. This card with a surveil land is absurd. Your lands drawing cards, huge. Like with this card in play, basically every fetch land is surveil, draw a card. Serum Visions is 1 mana, draw 2 cards. Like, opt, consider. I mean, just so... I mean, obviously playing it with like a Dragon's Rage Channeler, pretty huge. I'm going to be playing this card. I'm going to be testing out this card. Again, this is my hear me out. This isn't a... There's a lot of downside to this card. Obviously, it's a 3-mana legend without an ETB. Gets Caracased. And like, without cards that surveil or draw a card, it's just... Or sorry, surveil or scry, it's just a Horned Turtle. But my defense of this card over something like Hercule is, other than the pips, because the pips and Scapeshift early on are a little awkward, is that the Scapeshift deck also just passes with mana a lot, especially early on. And so it's nice that I can just pass with mana in this card and then just pop off. Hear me out, and it's the most conventionally attractive Ancient Witch. Good answer. Good answer. Good joke. I mean, out of curiosity, I'm going to look at cards that surveil. And then I'm going to look at cards that scry. Because this is one of these things where I'm sure there are other cards. Like, I'm not saying that you should change your entire deck to play this card. But it is one of these cards where it's like, well, maybe I can change some of the supporting pieces, right? Like, obviously, surveil lands are pretty huge. Consider Dragon's Rage Channeler. There are texts that play Otherworldly Gaze in this format. Some of these cards are not great. Curate, I don't know. I do think this card's kind of cracked. I'd like to see this card. This is a card that I'm like, if they keep printing more surveil cards, I'm going to come back to this. There is that Dreams of Laguna card. Ooh, Drag the Canal. Garland's a good Magic card. Mission Briefing, underrated Magic card. Search for Azcanta. Yeah. Search for Azcanta could maybe go in the Scapeshift deck too. Like, this is, I guess, what I'm saying is that, like, this is a card that you already look at Scapeshift and you're like, I kind of want to play this in Scapeshift, but, like, I'm worried people are going to make fun of me for playing this in 2025. And then it's like, actually, hold on. Maybe it's good if I have some additional synergies. And then I'm sure there are a bunch of scry cards as well. Yeah, I'm into this card. Red Herring for the 48th month. Otherworldly Gaze, you rang. Wait, no, what? Oh my fuck! Did my thing reset? I think it reset. I had an applause button. Oh well. I thank you for all the support. Quistis Trepe. I just realized she's wearing like a dress. Or is that a skirt? She's got a belt. Damn, that belt's not doing shit. That belt's not doing shit, dude. You heard the applause? How come I mean, you heard a... But I have one that's like, woo! Quistis Trepe. 2 and a blue for a legendary human wizard that's a 2/2. It has blue magic. When Quentin Tarantino enters, you can cast target instant and sorcery from a graveyard and spend mana of any type to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. I really like this card. I think it is potentially one of the best cards in the set. It is 3 mana, and it doesn't have flash. So you're not getting the Snapcaster Mage for counter spells. But Caracasing this is fucked up. And you can cast spells from your opponent's graveyard. You can cast spells from your opponent's graveyard. So it's a slow... It's like if Direfleet Daredevil could hit your own cards. But you can Caracas it. And it's in blue. I'm going to be playing this in Scape Shift. I'm going to be trying this out in a variety of decks, actually. I think this card might be quite good. Quite good, as the kids say. Yeah, it technically ignores timing. If you like Aether Vial this into play or play like an Ephemerate and you can... their thing. How often do we play Halo Forager? Halo Forager sees very niche play. But this is a better card than Halo Forager. Because it's an instant. Or not an instant. Because it's a legendary card. It's a legendary card that's only one color. And it's a wizard. I mean, Halo Forager might be a wizard, but I don't think it is. So you can Riptide Laboratory this bad boy. Woo! Woo! Yeah, I'm excited for this. Being mono blue is huge, right? That's a big upside. Boy, it sure is unfortunate how they use the term Esper in one of these games, right? A lot of the blue cards in this set are terrible. Sleep Magic. 1 blue for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. When enchanted creature is dealt damage, sacrifice this aura. I believe this is the cheapest and least painful version of this effect that we've seen. 1 blue to completely knock out an opponent's creature is huge, especially because it's a little tough to deal damage to your own creature. I mean, it can show up with like an Orcish Bowmasters or whatever. But for something like Flying Men, playing this card is pretty great. I'd be interested in playing this in Flying Men, or maybe even like a deck that cares about Delirium that has blue in it, like a tempo deck or whatever. I think there's some flexibility to this. Like, it's just muck their creature. Yes, I know Final Fantasy VI came out before Shard's Block, and Japan uses Esper as a loan word for psychics. I can still say it's unfortunate in the terms of Magic the Gathering, the game that we're talking about. Stolen Uniform. 1 blue for an instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. So this is a card that at instant speed can steal their equipment and attach it to your creature, which is kind of funny. You can take their Skull Clamp or whatever. You can take their Shadow Spear in combat, although it's a little awkward if you're looking for the plus on that. I guess you go +1, they effectively go -1 in their calcs and all that. But 1 blue to do that's kind of funny. You're obviously playing this if you care about your own equipment, though. So like your Colossus Hammer and the Wrecking Ball weapon from what's its nuts? The Commander product. Also mucking their Cauldron Complete or their Nettle Cyst or whatever, Batter Skull. It's pretty exciting. You could take their Quarry Steel Cutter and then just start popping off. And by that I mean you just make a monk token. Yeah, I like this card. We've seen a couple of these like attach equipment to another creature cards. This is the other Magnetic Theft is the other 1 mana card. So for combo applications, I like this quite a bit. Jeskai equipment, I think, is one of the natural evolutions of the equipment deck. You just get better cards. And so it'd be interesting to try out the Jeskai equipment version. Or the Bant one. Bant equipment is also something I'm looking at for the Nadu deck. So yeah, cool card. Niche application, but cool card. Summon Leviathan. 6 mana enchantment creature, Saga Leviathan. It's a 6/6 with Ward 2. Chapter 1, return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. And then Chapter 2 and 3, until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. I dislike these enchantment creatures. This one's not bad in terms of its abilities. But it's pretty bad in terms of being a 6-mana card in Canadian Highlander. Oh, is this the attack surveil one? Ooh. Surveilling Pixie. Pretty sure this has a different name, but whatever. 2 mana for a 2/1 flying fairy. Whenever it attacks, you surveil 1. Kind of wish it had flash, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. I don't think this is good enough to see play. In Flagman, we just have better cards. Oh, do you want to get into the sun? Hold on. I think Baby wants to get into the sun. What's this? What's this? Look at that. Hold her. Here we go. Look at that. Look. Look. You can get up into your chair. Oh, I kind of spooked her with the chair. Yeah, you can get up into your chair there, Bubba. The Lunar Whale. 3 and a blue for a legendary artifact vehicle. It's a 3/5 with flying that crews for 1. You can look at the top card of your library at any time, and as long as the Lunar Whale attack this turn, you may play the top card of your library. This is a 4-mana vehicle that does not have an ETB. This is like the worst reality chip I've ever seen. The Water Crystal. 2 and 2 blue for a legendary artifact. Blue spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many plus 4 instead. Pay 6 mana, tap. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in their hand. This is a little too expensive to see play just for the cost reduction. There's a part of me that looks at this and it's like, ooh, High Tide. But 4 mana for this is just way too expensive. This is a commander card. Commander players are so funny. I saw people talking about this card and they're like, this is so broken. It's so fucking good. It's like, dog, just, what are you doing? It's a 4-mana card that doesn't do anything by itself. And it's an artifact. Commander players, when there's a card that, never mind. I don't need to beat up on them. They do it to themselves. Ultimisia, Temporal Threat. 4 blue for a 4/4 legendary human warlock. When Ultimisia enters, tap all creatures your opponents control, and whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I believe this card is from like the starter product, which is why it's so bad. But yes, this card is not very good. It's very expensive and doesn't do enough. I do appreciate that it is for every creature, you know. Oh, I forgot to mention this too, is that at the beginning of the stream, one of the things that I'm going to start doing is that it is more likely to happen when we're talking about Universes Beyond product than normal Magic product, because people are, you know, they've had however many years of attachment to this IP or whatever. It's become their whole personality. But whether or not a card is in a, like, if I evaluate a card and say this is too expensive, it's not strong enough, whatever, and somebody goes like, hey, well, it's from a starter product, okay? And it's like, sure. I don't care where it's from. Canlander barely cares where it's from. If this shit is vintage legal, that's all I'm asking. Right? Doesn't matter if it's bad. It's a starter product. It's a commander card. So is Fourth Aerolingus, bud. Yeah, the cardboard does not have feelings. Yeah, comment. Card being bad is not a moral judgment. Yeah. Oh, I have Angel's camera on screen. Angel's going to tune in and give me her opinion on Ultimisia. This might replace Uyo in the Ladies Cube. Please say psych. Please say psych. You can't do that to me. Please, please don't cut Uyo. Please don't cut a Moonfolk. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I have to play her then? I don't get an opportunity. I rarely get an opportunity to draft the Ladies' Cube. This is so fucked up. I play her every chance I get. I've played her. I've drafted her once and I've played her that time. I believe it was in Portland. Ultros Obnoxious Octopus. 1 in a blue for a legendary octopus. It says whenever you cast, it's a 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 counters on Ultros. 2 things. 1, Dr. Chillbrain said replacing a Moonfolk with a Universes Beyond card is like Wheeler's 9/11. Great bit. And you're not wrong. Absolutely, yes. Secondly, I knew about this octopus. I had seen this stupid octopus on like forums and in like pop culture. And I had no idea that this was from Final Fantasy until this set. Is this guy just like always smiling and laughing? Or is this like, you know, when people implant, or not implant, when people, what's the word I'm looking for? When they see a cat has their, you know, mouth in a certain position, they're like, oh, it's smiling. The premier 9/11 chatter of the format. I remember when those towers came down. It interrupted my Looney Tunes. I was so pissed off. I complained to my teacher about it. He puns and he's creep and he talks about how much he loves women. Sounds like a member of the Loading Ready Run community. Anywho. Valkyrie Aerial Unit. 5 blue, artifact creature construct. Affinity for artifacts. Flying. And when this creature enters, surveil 2. It's also a 5/4. Finally, the Quumulox I've always wanted. I guess Quumulox, for those that don't know, is an 8 mana 5/4 flyer with affinity for artifacts. This happens to be 1 cheaper, happens to be an artifact itself, and has an ETB trigger. If you are a deck playing Mirror Enforcer, I imagine you're playing this card. That's it. I mean, I always did prefer Bugs Bunny to Barney Rubble. Just walking through the Barney Rubble in 9. I'm not doing this. That's just a fucking Norm Macdonald bit, too. Like, I was there on 9/11 walking through the bones and blood or whatever. Fuck. Y'shtola Rule. 4 blue for a 3/5 legendary cat druid. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step after this end step. My take is that this card is a 6 mana creature without an ETB that's a legend. But if there's some kind of loop with this card that I'm missing, then I could see this card showing up. Like, this is a very powerful ability. This is the kind of thing where you're like, why would you ever play this? And it's like, well, I mean, you're going to untap with a Fiend Artisan and a shitload of mana, and you might end up, like, just ending the game there. But I think we can do that with Spellseeker, so, you know. But I haven't really spent that much time trying to figure out how this card wins the game. Somebody can fill me in if they know. All onto black. All bed scav. Let's take that one again. Actually, you know what? It's noon somewhere, and by somewhere I mean here. I'm gonna have a Diet Coca-Cola. All bed salvagers. 2 and a black for a 2/3 human artificer warrior. Whenever this creature or another creature or whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. This is a very expensive blood artist. I don't think I'm in on this. I think we have enough blood artists, actually. Like, if we need more blood artists, they better be 2 mana. 3 mana is just, I'm good. Triggering off your artifact isn't super relevant. Only triggering off creatures you control at 3 mana is just not where I want to be. Sorry, all bed salvagers. Arden the Usurper. 5 black, black, black for a 4/4 legendary elder human noble. Demons you control have menace, lifelink, and haste. And Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card except it's a 5/5 black demon. This is kind of funny. If it wasn't 8 mana, I think I'd be more, obviously into it. It's a card that I think is just too much of an 8/8/4/4. Caracasable legend. If there was an easier way of cheating this out, like if it had anything going for it, like I guess you can Winota it, but like if there is any way of sneaking this into play, then every turn getting back a card is pretty neat. But I don't really want to go through this hoops of reanimating this just to reanimate something else. I just don't think it's worth it. Somebody said the alt art is good. Me looking for the good alt art, like... This is just anime. Although it is very funny that this artwork was done by Roberto Ferrari. That's not real. Roberto Ferrari? Roberto Ferrari art. There's no way he's from the actual Ferrari. Oh my god, this dude's living the dream. Well, he's living the dream of like a white guy obsessed with Japan. Anyways. Yeah, it'd be really funny if Roberto Ferrari was just some guy from Japan that was like, these 2 words sounded great. A third art? There is. Somebody asked about triggering off tokens for Albed Salvagers. This isn't relevant? No. I think it's too niche. Like, we have Disciple of the Vault. I don't think you want a 3-mana. I mean, maybe, like, okay. So, if you are playing exactly Arista Scraps, like, sure. But that's like a tier 5 deck. No offense to Arista Scraps enjoyers. Black Mage's Rod. I shouldn't have laughed. It's not even that funny. It's just... 1 and a black for an artifact equipment that had job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. Has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has equipped for 3 generic. This is a mechanic that is on black mages, I guess. Whenever you cast non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to the opponents. It's a little weird that it's in black, but I mean, I like Kessig Flame Breathers. Yes. Anyways, Black Mage's Rod. Yeah, the Kessig Flame Breather in black's a little interesting. I don't know why we would add black. This seems more like a popper thing than a, this. It is nice that this makes a token to trigger, like it's nice when you have this, when this style of card is something you want redundancy of, redundant copies of, and this triggers your other versions of Flame Breather. Not popper playable? I don't know. Like, I've seen the dog shit that gets played in popper. You don't think the Rakdos Burn list is going to want to play this? Like, don't they play Kessig Flame Breather and, like, Bump in the Night and stuff? I guess why would you play this over the other ones? I mean, you'd probably play this over the other ones because it triggers, like, subsequent copies of this card trigger off of each other. No, not the Madness list, the Burn list. The Rakdos Burn list that just happens to have, like, Alm something or whatever. Look, I don't play that much popper, or at all. Rancid format. The only rancid format I like to play is Modern occasionally, but that's only when I'm playing mono white land destruction. Cecil Dark Knight. 1 black for a legendary human knight. It's a 2/3 with Death Touch. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then, if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it. It turns into Cecil Redeemed Paladin. A 4/4 life-linking legendary human knight. It says, whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. I could see this card in exactly mono black aggro. Like, basically, TikTok Zoomer talking about mono black aggro. Yeah, I'm playing unalived black. I don't know. You can maybe try it in that. This kind of card, like, it's very funny that this triggers when they chump block too. And then I love the idea of you losing a shitload of life to this card. And then it transforms and they're like, okay, I'll Caracas it. Or just like, I don't know, they finally do enough damage to flip it. And you're like, okay, in response, I'll bolt it. I don't know. It's a bad card for a deck that's already playing a ton of bad cards. So maybe that's fine. Deadly Embrace. 3 black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature an opponent controls and draw a card for each creature that died this turn. Okay. Is this an I or an L? I assume it's an I. Fang, Fearless, Lisi. It's an L. It's a lowercase L. Oh, you've got to be fucked. I hate Final Fantasy. Fang, Fearless, Lucy. 2 and a black for a legendary creature, human warrior. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. And it melds with Vanille Cheerful Lucy. Oh, fuck. And Vanille is 3 and a green. When Vanille enters, mill 2 cards, return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. This card sucks. These cards are bad. This is, you don't want to play this for the meld. It's a 3 mana, Barakassable card. If you want to have this effect, you have Ketchermost and Kishla Skimmer. Scryfall, please. I know I'm driving approximately 10% of all traffic here. Please. Scryfall, please. I'm begging you. Is it just on this fucker? Okay, there we go. Gaius von Belsar. 2 black for a legendary human soldier. It's a 3/2. When Gaius enters, choose one. It's each player. Fuck off. Jekt, Reluctant Guardian. 3 and a black for a legendary human warrior. It's a 4/3 with menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you can exile it and then return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. And it turns into Braska's Final Eon. 7/7 menace, legendary enchantment creature, Saga Nightmare. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 is each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. And Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacks 2 creatures of their choice. And then this thing dies. This is a 4 mana, 4/3 legendary creature that dies to Lightning Bolt and gets Caracased. Kane, Traitorous Dragoon. 2 and a black for a 2/4 legendary human knight. With jump, during your turn, Kane has flying. And whenever Kane deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tap treasure tokens, then lose that much life. Ninja's Blades. 2 and a black for an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja in addition to its other types, and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Then has Mutsuno Kami for 2. I mean, this is a 3 mana 2/2. Jackal Hops back for the 33rd month. Feet. And a merry feet to you too. Thank you for all the eggs. I hope you're doing well. Just discarded Emrakul. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Fuck. Finally. This card's maybe not that great, but Poison the Waters. 1 and a black for a sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Where target player reveals their hand, you choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Kind of wish this could also hit Planeswalkers. I really wish, I know that you can't say like permanent or whatever, but I really wish that you could like, you know, I mean, you could say permanent, right? I don't know. I just wish this card could be like, hey, you can either deal with the little things on the board or you can hit a big thing in the hand. And that's kind of cool. I think this is, I like the flexibility on this. I think it's just a little too low impact, especially for 2 mana. I'm not expecting this on 1 mana, but I don't know. Nausea's kind of nice, honestly. The flexibility of Nausea or hand attack, but it's just, this is the kind of card where I look at this, I'm like, this, I would have played the hell out of this in like 2018, maybe even, 2000, maybe 2015 or whatever, but like not here, not now. Reno and Rude. 1 and a black for a 2/1 legendary human assassin with menace. Whenever Reno and Rude deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of their library. You may sacrifice another creature or artifact, and if you do, you can play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type could be. Okay, so it's a 2 mana, 2 power evasive creature that you have to sack cards in order to even have the privilege of casting their. All right. Holy shit, folks, this set. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. 2 and a black for a legendary human avatar soldier. Whenever Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. Sephiroth transforms into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel. which is a 5/5 legendary Angel Nightmare avatar with flying. And as this creature transforms into Sephiroth, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses one, you gain one. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures, and if you do, draw that many cards. This card is good. I like this card so much. I could foresee this card in not just aristocrats, although I think this card is at its best in aristocrats. I could see this card maybe in some niche lists of like 3 animator, or even in like a Rakdos or a tokens list. I guess aristocrats and tokens are a little similar, but you know, like the fact that this triggers off of any creature, I'm going to run it down for you real quick. ETBR attacks, it being a May, huge. Love it. Drawing cards off of sacking your Hunted Witness or whatever, love it. This triggering off of any creature, great. Love it to bits. And then the 4th time this is resolved, pretty easy to achieve in aristocrats, but also can just happen if you just like attack with a bunch of stuff or they block with a bunch of stuff. Like it's pretty easy to get this transformed. It looks a lot like 4th is a lot, right? It sounds like a lot, but you're playing this in decks that can, you know, just flip that switch whenever they want. And I guess relevant to that too, when I say whenever they want, I mean that you can also do this as an instant. And then when you flip 5/5 flyer, that ends games very quickly. And you get an emblem. You just get an emblem. You have an emblem that's a Blood Artist effect. Again, for any creature dying. That is huge. Getting an emblem, like an emblem Meat Hook Massacre style, or like a Bastion of Remembrance or whatever, huge. And then, sure, you can just sack your board when it attacks and draws your cards, whatever. This card's great. Really good. Finally, it's a good card. I mean, it makes sense why it's a good card. It's Sephiroth. This is the kind of card that people want it to be good, you know? Oh, the Capituline Triad, yes. This dies to Bolt and gets Caracas. I will say, it doesn't exile. This is to its benefit as well as a detriment in some cases. It doesn't exile when it transforms. So if they go to Caracas it, you can't brick it by like sacking everything and then this exiles and whatnot. But if they go to Bolt it, you can, you know, in response, cash in if you want to transform. Hey, this is a legend. Yeah. Seymour Flux. 4 and a black for a 5/5 legendary spirit avatar. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a 1/1 counter on Seymour Flux. I don't think this card's good, but it's really funny, and I'll probably play it in Commander a lot. Seymour Flux. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, that's funny. Okay. All these cards are bad. Summon Primal Odin. 4 black for an enchantment creature, Saga Knight. It's a 5/3. Chapter 1, destroy target creature and opponent controls. Chapter 2, this creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game. Chapter 3, draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. It's 6 mana. This is not bad. I just really dislike this style of card. I really don't think the enchantment creatures, the Saga creatures are that good, especially when it dies to Bolt, and it's 6 mana, even though it does something on ETB. And this, like, second ability is hilarious. And, like, if it does stick around, it's not that difficult for this to pop off, but also, I don't know. Just the fact that it goes away. The side quest. Destroy a creature, and if a creature died under their control, you make a treasure, and if you have 3 or more treasures, it turns into a big idiot. No, this card's too much. Too expensive, doesn't do enough. Yoink. The Darkness Crystal. 2 black legendary artifact. Black spells cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature and opponent controls would die, exile it instead and gain 2 life. Pay 6 mana, tap. It's just Tonberry. 1 black for a 2/1 Salamander Horror. This creature enters tapped with a stun counter on it. And during your turn, this creature has First Strike and Death Touch. I mean, it's fine. Again, it's kind of like that Cecil card. It's only going to show up in like a not great archetype, but that archetype is used to playing not great cards. I think I would prefer this over like Dungeon Ghoul or whatever. Like, I don't think mono black aggro needs to necessarily play every single Carnophage or Gravecrawler. ETBing with a stun counter is a little unfortunate because it comes into play tapped already, and then you don't get it the next turn. But then you just get a 2/1 that can attack with impunity. It's 1 mana, so even with the downsides, it's not like a downside that gives your opponent a benefit or like makes it go away or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't realize these were from 5. I feel like I never hear anything about Final Fantasy 5. I just assume this card would have, like, this creature would have been around forever because I remember Tonberries. They're in most Final Fantasy games, but like they started in 5. Tonberry. Final Fantasy is all that I play. All other games are lame, and they put them all to shame. They chose well, it first appeared in 5, and they picked the 5 art, but he looks the same in every game. Yes, 5 is the first. This card is also known as a Dingleberry. Okay. Vincent Valentine. 2 black for a legendary creature assassin. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of 1/1 counters on Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. And whenever it attacks, you can transform it into Galleon Beast. A 3/2 that's only a 3/2? I mean, I guess it keeps the counters, which is kind of nice. And when it dies, you return to the battlefield tapped. This is a 4 mana 2/2 that doesn't do anything on ETB and dies to bolt. You get Barakist, brother. How the fuck do you pronounce this? Xenos Yay Galvis. Yay. 3 black for a 4/4 legendary human noble warrior. When Xenos Yay Galvis enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Xenos Yay Galvis and the chosen creature get -2/-2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos into Shinryu, Transcendent Rival. 8/8 flyer. As it transforms into Shinryu, you choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. If you're going to play this kind of card, I would just rather play Massacre Girl. I actually think Massacre Girl might be a little underplayed in Canadian Highlander in the like recurring nightmare style decks. 4/4 menace that wraths the board, except for itself, is huge. This transforming to this is whatever, obviously. The fact that you have to pick a creature is a little bit of a pisser as well. Yeah. Also, this guy looks so wide. So wide. Zodiarch Umbral God. 5 black pips for a 5/5 legendary god with indestructible. When Zodiarch enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice rounded down. Hey, out of curiosity, what is half of 1 rounded down? And whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on Zodiarch. 0? Hey, thanks so much. So this is a 5 mana 5/5 indestructible that says nothing. No, that's not fair. I actually don't hate this card. It does get Caracas, obviously. But this is a card that you can't Caracas over and over again. I could see this in like a mono black mid-range or a black X I mean, you should probably play mono black. It has 5 black pips. Or like mono black control. It's another case of like, this card is a little bit niche, but there are existing archetypes that can get away with this. And this card can prove to be a huge problem for certain archetypes. And it also just ends the game. Like also playing this against like red or whatever is kind of nice. Like it's just, there are archetypes that are not going to be able to push through a 5/5 indestructible super easily. Especially if you have the hand attack found in mono black. Yeah. It's, again, somewhat niche card. But if you're Urborging it, I think this is the kind of card you play over like Obliterator or whatever. Barrett Wallace, 3 and a red for a 4/4 reach. Whenever Barrett Wallace attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to the defending player. Okay. Clive, Freet's Dominant. 6 mana in red for a 5/5 legendary human noble warrior. When Clive enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. And then for 4 red, tap Exile Clive, return to play as a sorcery. Becomes Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, a legendary enchantment creature saga demon. It's a 9/9 that has Lunge for Chapter 1, fights 1 other target creature, then has Brimstone on Chapter 2 and 3. You add 4 red mana, and if Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, you exile it, then return to play. Comes back as this. Cool commander card. It's just a 6 mana 5/5 that doesn't actually do that much. To your devotion to red, it's just like, yeah, I can't think of a cool combo with this card. I mean, you can go infinite with this and like, I don't know, some kind of blink card maybe, but it's a 6 mana 5/5, and if I can't think of any card immediately, it's probably not worth it. Coral Sword, 1 red for an artifact equipment with flash, and equip 1. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn, and an equipped creature gets +1/+0. We've received a couple of these. I think this one is arguably the most annoying of the bunch. I don't know if the others give first strike. First strike's really fucking annoying. The fact that it doesn't always have first strike, I mean, that card would be like real good. I don't know. If you want to be a little pisser in your equipment deck and you want to have a bunch of cheap equipment, this one's not embarrassing. I just don't foresee it seeing much play. Furion, 2 and a red for a legendary human rebel warrior that's a 3/3. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sack the token at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. One of the strengths of equipment is that you can play them out early, and then when you need to equipment, you can equip them later. This card makes you want to hold the equipment until later. Oh, the next upkeep. So you get it for defensive like capabilities as well. I just don't think this card's particularly good. I'm not excited to play this card in not exactly excited to play this card in equipment. Oh, they're at the next upkeep. Oh. Yeah, this card sucks. I don't even want to justify why I'm not playing it. Also, this looks like a JoJo's character. When did Final Fantasy 2 come out? This is Final Fantasy 2? 1988? Okay, so this is 100% based off of Dio, right? This guy's based off of Dio? Oh, this is technically a legend. Freya Crescent. 1 red for a 1/1 legendary creature, Rat Knight. During your turn, Freya has flying. Tap to add a red. Spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. Unfortunately, this card is not very good, but it is a rat knight. It's a legendary rat in red. I think that's cool. Shout out to my rats. Let's move on. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms. 4 red for a legendary samurai. It's a 6/6 or a human samurai. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, you can look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment from among them into play. The rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Whenever one or more equipment are put into play this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. You know, technically, Godo saw play in Highlander. I don't think that this is better than Godo. I mean, it is better than Godo, but it doesn't do the whole tutor for Cauldra or whatever, or tutor for Helm of the Host, which is kind of funny. Cool commander, bad for Canlander. Yeah, I've seen the Gilgamesh reskin for Godo. Very similar cards. Scryfall, please. I have a schedule to keep. What? Oh, a bunch of new cards must have been added. After I'm done red, after I'm done WUBRG, I'll go through. Oh no, I saw him. I didn't want to look at him until later. We'll get to it when we get to it. Judgment Bolt, 3 in a red for an instant. Judgment Bolt deals 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller where X. Oh, okay. Lightning Security Sergeant. 2 in a red for a legendary human soldier with menace. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card as long as you control lightning. I like that this sticks around for multiple turns. I don't like that this doesn't have haste, that it's a bad Lelia. And just, you know, Lelia gets it no matter what. Why am I playing this instead of Lelia? And I'm not excited to play this alongside Lelia. Nibelheim Aflame, excuse me. 2 red for a sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. And has flashback for 5 red. Terrible in Canlander, probably pretty cool in Commander. The joke is that everything is cool in Commander except for Rhystic Study. Okay, this fucker. I can't... This... I could not believe it when I saw this card's name. Prompto Argentum. 1 in a red for 2/2 haste at Human Scout. That's a legend. Whenever you, why did I read it in the worst way possible? Promptable. Prompto Argentum. 1 in a red for a legendary Human Scout. It's a 2/2 with haste and has Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure. Prompto is the worst fucking name that I've read in a hot minute. It's just... But he's one of the e-boys that's traveling around Arizona, right? It's just so stupid. I'm okay with games being deeply unserious. In fact, I think that's to its strength, but some of these names are just... It's just... Yep. Queen Brawny, or Brawn. 2 in a red for a legendary human noble. It's a 2/1 with prowess. Whenever the queen attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard token with whenever you cast non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. Maybe if this card had haste, but it's too slow. It gets Barakist, and just gets picked off by Orcish Bowmasters. Ralbon, Bull of Alamigo. 1 in a red for a 2/2 human warrior with ward. Pay life equal to Ralbon's power. Whenever Ralbon attacks, attach up to one target equipment you control to an attacking creature. I like this card for equipment. Bahne. No, I'm good. I've already moved on. I like this card in equipment. The fact that it's a 2/2, it does need to attack in order for this to get going, but it's cheap. Single pip of mana. Ward paid life equal to its power can get way out of hand. And then, yeah, just holds a Colossus Hammer really well. I mean, the full art is fine. I kind of like this art because you get to see that dude only has one arm and it just does not matter. He will kill you. Like, this brother, the name, the Bull of Alamigo, Jesus. Safer Amasi. 3 and a red for a legendary human knight. It's a 3/4. It says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. Whenever Cypher deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. That spell would be put into a graveyard, exiled instead. It is kind of cool that you can play this and attack with something immediately and get the trigger. But I think it's even cooler that Dreadhorde Arcanist costs 2 mana, has trample, and doesn't get Karakas. And triggers on attack. Sorceress's Schemes. 3 and a red for a sorcery. Return target instant and sorcery from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand. Add a red. It has flashback for 4 and a red. I'm only talking about this card because I clicked on my Discord, which was a huge mistake. But I clicked in Gen Chat and I saw multiple people being like, this card's broken. And I was like, what? What? Why? I'm here to tell you this card is not broken. In fact, I'd argue it's quite fair. In fact, I'd go a step further. I don't think it's good. Suplex. 1 and a red for a sorcery. Choose one. Deal 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Or exile target artifact. So it's sorcery speed, a braid. That is going to exile instead of put to the graveyard. I think the instant speed of a braid is pretty important. A braid does show up occasionally, and this is where like its strength is that you have the gotcha moment, or you get to like have additional flexibility of like, I'm not going to a braid, I'm going to hold up mana to counterspell or whatever. It's just, I think there's a better card in the form of a braid or Flame of Anor. Also, yes, this is a big meme. This is a very old meme for the ghost train or whatever. Fire Crystal. This card's not playable. Play these crystals in Commander or whatever. Speaking of unplayable, Triple Triad. 3 and 3 red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way. Right, this card's bad and unplayable. Although I do like card games. Vaughn, Street Thief. 2 and a red for a legendary human scout. It's a 2/2. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it. And if you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a 1/1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. I think this card might actually have legs in versions of Rakdos. Where you have, like, it's just, there are more scouts, pirates, and rogues than you'd think. Obviously, you don't get both the treasure and the ability to cast their card. But the buff from this card is pretty huge. Like, getting all of your creatures is reasonable enough. I'm not jumping to include this card into my deck, but I think it's not unlikely that there's going to be a Rakdos pilot that is building their list and going like, hey, wait a minute. I have a shitload of rogues and pirates and scouts. And then you want to play this. This ability's good. The fact that you can play it, it doesn't have haste, but you can play it and then get the trigger almost immediately. It's awkward that this is almost the outlaw list, but not quite. Speak on that. What do you mean? Not assassin or mercenary? Yeah, but why is that awkward? Or warlock? Why is that awkward? Just confusing to have something so similar? I'm making it awkward? I know, that's why I'm doing it. I just don't think it's... I just found that to be a very odd comment. You know? I think Magic the Gathering is a large enough game that you can have cards from different sets do different things. And in fact, I think this is a good way of handling it, where you want to have overlapping design, but it's only going to play into the card types or creature types that are thematically relevant to this card or its environment. I think that's okay. I don't think that's awkward. I'm not trying to pick a fight. It's just one of those... I see this shit every... I see it every preview season, and I'm like, speak on that. Outside of this, I'm going to talk about some creatures that are scouts, pirates, or rogues in Rakdos. We could even go into Grixis. Why not? That see regular Canlander play. Gas Guzzler, Goblin Guide, Kellen, Marauding Mako, Ragavan, some goblins, I guess. Stalactite Stalker. Spectral Sailor, although, you know. Conspicuous Snoop. Dothy Voidwalker. Emrakul's Messenger. Fairy Mastermind. Occasionally Generous Plunderer. Kari Zev Skyship Raider. Malcolm, the other Malcolm. Mercurial Spell Dancer. There's a lot. Prompto Argentum. Reckless Pyrosurfer. Robber of the Rich. Satoru the Infiltrator. Sinkhole Surveyor. Hello, children, I am Mr. Black. These are just the 2-drops. I think there's another one. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Warkite Marauder. All right. Enough of Vaughn Street Thief. Okay. Back to stupid names. Zeldinkt. It's either dinched or dinked. Both of these are terrible. 2 and a red for an 0/3 legendary human monk. You can play additional lands on each of your turns. Zeldinkt gets +1/+0 for each land you control. And at the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Folks, I'm going to level with you. This card's not very good. This is not very good. Dies to bolt. Doesn't do anything on ETB. Like, there are just better additional land cards you could play. Very weird. In terms of what? Playability? Yes, I'm talking about... I am making the recommendation that you should not play this in Canadian Highlander. Which of these cards will get Time Walk lowered? I'm still searching, Thomas. I think I found it. Ancient Adamantoise. 5 and 3 green for a legend... Or it's not even a legend. Whoa! 5 and 3 green for a turtle with Vigilance and Ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. When this creature dies, exile it and create 10 tap treasure tokens. I mean, if you can make this indestructible, it's kind of messed up. Yeah, isn't there a spell Parination from, like, cons that you just, like, make it indestructible and hexproof or whatever? I don't think this card is good. There's some decks that will not be able to deal with this card. But it's pretty fucking funny. Ward 3's not nothing. Finally, we found a way to break Flash. All right. Let's move on. We have plenty of other unplayable cards to talk about. A Realm Reborn. 6 mana enchantment. Other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. I learned about this card. They made Final Fantasy XIV. It was such dog shit that they had to remake the entire game. And then they rebuilt, they like tied it into the story. I feel like this card is going to be like Bootlegger's Stash, where people are like, this card is broken, you gotta ban it. Yeah, first let me get to 6, then I'm really going to start ramping. Cool card for Commander. Bartz and Boko. 3 green for a legendary human bird with... It's a 4/3 with affinity for birds. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each bird you control. When Bartz and Boko enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Chicken jockey. Every 5-year-old just loses their mind. Cactuar. 1 green for a 3/3 trample. Idling plant. Let me do this again. 1 green for a plant that is a 3/3 trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. This card sucks. I hate this fucking cactus, by the way. This is another one of those cards. I knew it was from Final Fantasy. It's just... It is such a... like... early 2000s... meme. Maybe that's why I don't like it. It just reminds me of like it just reminds me of like early 2000s internet. I think I'd like this more if the most annoying people on the planet didn't think this was the funniest thing in the world. I do like the like... Although I'm actually canceling this card for being a swastika. Yeah, this fucker was on the top of every, in like ASCII text, every game facts playthrough. Even if it wasn't Final Fantasy. Commune with Beavers. 1 green for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You can reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them. And put it into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This doesn't look at enough cards. Typically these cards are not very good. Finding an artifact's kind of interesting if you're looking for like a every cheap cantrip you can in like a Rug Delirium style deck or whatever, but I don't know. Also, the Canadian me hates that these aren't beavers. This is not what a beaver looks like. All right? Japan, you should know what a beaver looks like. You're like missing arguably one of the most characteristic features of a beaver. The fucking tail, bud. Jesus Christ. Diamond Weapon. 7 green for a legendary artifact creature. It's an elemental and an 8/8 with reach. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent in your graveyard and has immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. I could imagine myself playing this card in a version of Dredge that has more like Bone Zone creatures, as well as that has Bone Zone creatures and whatchamacallit, that new dog. There's a new dog that like wants you to attack with legendary creatures in Dredge. Like a 2-mana 8/8 prevent all combat damage dealt to it that also just like blocks Murktide Regent and Abhorrent Oculus is kind of dope. Yeah, Interceptor. I can't think of any other place that I'd want to put it. Permanent is nice, right? Creatures, lands, whatever. This card, in the right deck, is very easily going to be 2 mana. Whether or not that's good enough is a different story. But like, I could see a version of actually like the similar to the Dredge list that I played, but maybe with some bigger threats. Or like the Jund Delirium deck playing this card. I know this is off topic, but do you know a good way to get foreign black border cards in America besides knowing a guy? Yeah, going to Magicons. Magicon, there are FBB cards are at a lot of dealer booths at Magicons. And this is like maybe knowing a guy adjacent, but a lot of the same shops and dealers that are going to be at Magicons, if you like email them, be like, hey, I'm also going to be at this Magicon. Can you bring this exact card? They'll have it. And then sometimes retailers have it. I know Face to Face, #non-spawn, has FBB cards. I don't think Card Kingdom sells them. I mean, cardkingdom.com/Wheeler is the place to go to pick up other cards. I bought a bunch of pre-modern cards recently, and you can too. Esper Origins, and it's green. Lamau. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Surveil 2. You gain 2 life. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it and put it onto the battlefield transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter on it, and has flashback for 3 and a green. It turns into Summon Esper Madwin, 4/4 Enchantment Saga creature, or Enchantment Saga Elemental creature. Chapter 1, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it in your hand. Chapter 2, add 2 green. Chapter 3, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trampled till end of turn. This card's terrible. Jumbo Cactuar. 5 green for a creature that is a plant. It happens to be a 1/7. And it says whenever this creature attacks, it gets plus 9,999 until end of turn. I hate this card so much. I hate this card so much. I know this dollar amount's incorrect. And I'll give you a preview. I opened this card in my PPR kit. My not PPR kit. I don't think I'm playing this card. I hate this. I don't hate this card because of what it does. Because what it does is it's a 7 mana creature without any kind of evasion that, like, you know, it just dies to everything. You need additional cards to make it relevant. Like, it's just so fucking bad. Even in Commander. And I think everything in Commander is good. Yeah, Dr. Chilbrain has it exactly. This card has made talking to random people at LGS is so annoying. I think it's because every time I logged on to Blue Sky, I've had some thoughts about Blue Sky. One, I like the fact that I can open it and I don't see people getting murdered or racism immediately. And the client isn't recommending me to look at that. The problem is, I don't think I've ever laughed at anything on Blue Sky. And it's just a bunch of like center left or center liberal people being like, the orange guys gotta go. And it's like, oh, hell yeah. Like, I mean, I agree. But it's just that kind of like, it's Reddit r/political humor as like a platform. Or that fucking, everybody fucking types like Chuck Wendig. At least on Twitter, when I scroll past something that is just like the most misogynistic post I've ever seen, you do get to a pretty funny meme. Anyways, yeah, there's just a person on Blue Sky. I guess they're a Magic content creator. They're somehow involved. Just like they tweet about this card like their fucking rent is due, and it's terrible. Anywho, I like this mustache. I think this is the mustache to me is the funniest part. Not because lol a cactus has a mustache. I just like the implication. This is like something that pops up a lot in Japanese games of like, it's the king version or the bigger version. And it has a mustache and that's it. Yeah, also this card just like, I love it when my 7 mana card needs to also attack or untap with it. And then I have to combine it with an additional card to kill exactly one person. It's also just worse that this is like a number that's made up, right? Like just a big old fuck off number. Because you can't synergize, like you can't play it with any of the like greater good style cards. All numbers are made up. I'm timing you out. I hate that shit. That is my least favorite fucking post of all time. Here, 9,999. I hate that shit. So like all words are made up. All names are made up. Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying. Disingenuous ass post. Holy fucking shit. That's a fucking like 5th time rewatching The Office ass post. All timeouts are made up. HB8U, I like you, so I'm going to give you a warning. Careful. Careful. This pear is extra prickly right now, so you might want to be a little careful. Yeah, man, nothing fucking matters. Everything's made up. Suck my fat fucking... Like, it's just... Yeah, exactly. I hate that shit. I had to ask why the numbers because of this an overkill. I think this is like a thing. Like 9,999 is like the cap of the game. And so it's basically how like this is going to one-shot you or something. Don't post too close to the sun. Too many people in chat have wax wings to be posting the way they do. Way too many. You look great, Ben, like every day. That's fine. Thank you. I'm still very sun-kissed right now. Sun-kissed parentheses derogatory here. Yeah, it's like Y2K. Kina Q Gourmet. 2 and a green for a legendary Q. This is how I've always pronounced this. I know about this card. I like her. Everybody stop. A 2/3 says if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog token are created instead. And you can pay 2 generic, sack a frog, put a 1/1 counter on her. I like this card. It anytime you have these like, hey, if you make a token plus a thing, these cards can get out of hand. I'd consider playing this in food or some kind of tokens combo deck, like a Scurry Oak kind of combo deck. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's one or more, right? What's the name of the rat chef? Not Ratatouille. Not Remy. Anybody that says Remy is getting timed out. Anybody that says Remy is getting timed out. What's the name of the fucking, the chef from Wilds of Eldraine? I saved my ass. No, not Lord Skitter. Linguini. Fuck! No, it's the like... Oh, what the fuck are you called? It's the card that says if you would make a token, you make a token plus a rat. Remy? When did Ratatouille come out? Experimental. Hold on. I'm trying to see how long I want to time out Sibwow. Ratatouille. 2007. Got it. Experimental Confectioner. Ratatouille came out on September 11th, 2001. There's no way. There's no way. If that happened, we as a society would have, bonded over that. Our shared trauma, we channel it into watching a delightful movie. Whenever you sack a food. Oh, I see. That's how this card. You make a rat. And this card combos with Pippin. That's what it is. Why did the auto mod say Frenchman was a slur? Anyways, this card, anytime a card that says if you do a token, you make an additional token. This card is pretty good. Like this effect is quite strong. Because it is brie and bacon. You got brie in your name. The hell is a shoe puff? Saz Katzroy. Now we're just making shit up. 3 and a green for a 3/3 legendary human pilot. When Saz Katzroy enters, you may search your library for a bird or a basic land, reveal it and put it in your hand, then shuffle. Whenever Saz Katzroy attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, then double the number of counters on that creature. It does tutor for Nadu. I don't believe this card is good, but it does tutor for Nadu, which is very funny to me. I do love that it finds Nadu. It's also 4 mana. Saz's Chocobo. 1 green for a 0/1 bird with landfall. Put a 1/1 counter on this creature. This card's great. This card's great. This card gets huge. A 1-drop with this ability is huge. Yeah. I think if you're a green aggressive deck, especially the landfall deck, we got a couple of cards for the landfall aggro deck that I played on North 100 Showdown or Friday Night Paper Fight. I played it somewhere. That's like a pet deck of mine. The Steplinks Akum Hellhound deck. Getting another 1-drop is huge. Yeah. Great. There's another card in the set that goes in that deck too. And she's right here. Oh, my beloved. Summoner's Grimoire. 3 and a green for an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature is a shaman in addition to its other types and has whenever this creature attacks, you can put a creature card from your hand into play. And if that card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. Oh, that's funny. You get to put in like the summon enchantments. That's cute. There was a time when I was really into trying to make Elvish Pipers playable in Highlander, but the 2025 is not the time. This is a little bit better than that because you can obviously put the equipment onto something. I'd actually, I'm going to make a controversial take here. I don't think this is the worst card. The fact that you can play this and you get the creature, right? But then you could stack it onto a mana dork. Like, I could see myself playing this card in mono green Eldrazi. I'm not kidding. Like, I think you could play this in, like, big green or green Eldrazi. If they kill it, sure, they kill it. You just put it on a mana dork and you get to in and pop out an Eldrazi, which is kind of nice. Obviously, it's expensive at 4 mana, and the equip is expensive, but being a green card, especially a green card with a single pip, is fine. We can get around that. And because we're a green deck, we probably have additional creatures to equip to, including, because if we're an Eldrazi deck, we have tokens. We have spawn tokens and scion tokens that we can equip this to. That's it. I'm adding it to the North 100 spreadsheet. Summoner's Grimoire. Do we play this over the manual? I think I like this more than Monster Manual. I think you can make an argument for both. Because Monster Manual having the adventure is kind of nice. Although being a sorcery. I don't know. Quicksilver Amulets, I think they're underappreciated in Highlander. It's just like the high roll potential is pretty huge. This one you only need 6 mana to get it popping. There's another card in here, Eunice Decision. I think I mentioned it, which is like, I think like both is a lot of not creatures. Yeah, but I think we're already on the like, hey, I'm going to be playing 38 creatures. Some amount of these are cards I'm going to sneak attack or cheat into play, and the other is going to be trash to like facilitate that. I just think what I'm getting at is in the pre-existing archetype of like big green or mono green Eldrazi, I like having these cards just because it's so impactful when you put one of them into play. And you just always have a shitload of mana. And then I would like to see more of an exploration in like a sneak attack, cheating out big dorks style deck in Highlander. And I think if we are starting to look at those kind of archetypes, I would rather go harder than not. Like, I would rather start by including Monster Manual and get a job card than, say whether or not like which we want to work our way backwards from that, Be like, okay, this is a little too many. I kind of just need more creatures or whatever. And then that's an easy place to pull from. Summon Titan. 3 green for a 7/7 enchantment creature Saga Giant. Chapter 1, mill 5 cards. Chapter 2, return all lands from your graveyard to play, tapped. And Chapter 3, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +X/+X and trample, where X is number of lands you control. This also has reach and trample. Does your friend have a girlfriend that he hates? Am I missing something? What do you mean? I would never be friends with somebody who hated their partner? Yeah, this card's not. None of these cards are playable. Oh, an Offspring song reference. I never really listened to the Offspring. I mean, I had the album with like the little girl in the swing with the roach on her lap or whatever. And obviously, I know the hits, but I gotta level with you. All the Offspring songs sounded exactly the same to me. There's the Earth Crystal. You're still not playing these. I don't want to talk about them when I can talk about Tifa. Tifa. 1 and a green for a legendary human monk. It's a 1/2 with trample and has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa's power until end of turn. I'm excited to play this in the landfall aggro deck that I mentioned. I'm excited to play this in like a Gruul Blitz deck. Basically, any deck with pump spells, I'm excited to play this card. It can attack for lethal with trample. That's true. I think I talked a bit about this card sequencing. You got to be very careful with the sequencing here. People are bound to like F6 through all of it. but you want to make sure that with fetch lands, it's to your benefit to hold priority and fetch them with the initial trigger on the stack and then play your pump spell. Usually. There are going to be times where that's not the case, but like you want to have the groundswell, right? Like if you play Tifa, let's say I have Tifa, a fetch land, and a groundswell. I play my land, landfall trigger resolves. I groundswell her. Or I play my land and I groundswell her. She goes to a 5/5. And then the landfall trigger resolves. She goes to a 10/10. And then you fetch and she goes to a 20/20, right? You want to make sure that you're playing the pump spells and like stacking your landfall, the doubling triggers after you have modified her power and toughness, is what I'm saying. Even though she only doubles power. You just got to be a little careful about that, folks. I've seen too many people. It's wild how people that don't play limited or haven't played a lot of limited in the past fuck up pump spells. I just don't want that to happen to you, babe. Torgal, a fine hound. 1 and a green for a legendary wolf. It's a 2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control. Then it has tap at 1 mana of any color. I could see this card showing up in Naya Legends. Honestly, there are a ton of humans in that deck. The fact that it is a mana dork is nice. It buffs itself. Or sorry, it's going to buff for like it's going to power out your other cards, and then those cards are going to get buffed from this, so it all kind of gels well. Yeah, we need Voja. Is it about time I tweet out Voja again? Yeah, this card's fine. It's a fine hound. Yeah, it counts itself. I guess I have to talk about this Chocobo. Traveling Chocobo. 2 and a green for a 3/2 bird. Oh, I missed the Satyr Wayfinder. 3/2 bird. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. And if a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of that permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So this is kind of like Augur of Autumn, except Augur of Autumn has a or Courser of Krufix, I guess. Except they both have better stat lines than being a 3/2. The landfall trigger is kind of neat for the fair version of this and can like pop off, right? With a Lotus Cobra and friends. But I'm not that excited about that. Like, I just think we don't need more of this kind of card. Yeah, it also does more fast spawn damage to you. I don't think we need that many more of this card that isn't doing something brand new. And this is just kind of like, this triggered ability thing is whatever, but that's very commander coded. And I don't like that it just dies to shocks and Gribliomancer and whatnot. I skipped over this card, but Town Greeter, 1 and a green for a 1/1 human citizen. When it enters, you mill 4 cards and you can put a land card from among them into your hand. And if you put a town card into your hand, you gain 2 life. This is just a second Satyr Wayfinder. And I already play Satyr Wayfinder in Dredge, and I'll play this card. I like having redundant effects of this card. You're opening a box of German Theros? Can I in a non-judgmental way, can I ask why? Also, I'm very jealous. I'm going to go to the beginning and refresh because I believe some new cards were printed since the beginning of the stream. Or new cards were revealed. Just going to make sure that none of them are too good. And then we'll get on to gold. How are we doing, chat? Oh, there's a new rare. Memories Returning. 2 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put one on the bottom of your library, then you put one into your hand, then they put one on the bottom, then one into your hand. It has flashback for 7 blue. I love this card for Commander. I mean, 4 mana at a sorcery that you get to draw 3 cards. It's like a weird stock up, but obviously not as good as stock up. But you get 3 cards, and then has flashback for some ungodly amount of mana. I'd be more interested in playing this over Fact or Fiction. The instant speed is nice for Fact or Fiction, but I don't know. Do I want to play this over Fact or Fiction? Instant speed is so nice. I like this. Doesn't go to the graveyard, so it's a bit different. Interesting. Well, is there a clear best card in the set, and if so, has it been revealed? Let me see if it's been revealed. I don't think so. I mean, I think the best card in the set is World Map, but that's not what people want to hear. They want to hear that the best card is like, I don't know, their boyfriend. Right, that's what this card's called. This card is just called Ilmeg Pixie or something. It's not called Surveilling Pixie. It's just called Ilmeg Pixie. This name is literally Pixie of Ilmeg, right? No. No. None of these cards are good, or they're not new. Ooh, a new rat for my mono black Ruin Your Evening. Yeah, Ilmeg's a place. I mean, of course I knew that. Oh, this card's kind of neat. Resentful Revelation. 1 and a black for a sorcery. You look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them to your hand, the rest into your graveyard. This is Ransack the Lab, or I guess Strategic Planning as well, except it has flashback. Great. There are certain builds of Storm that are going to love Ransack the Lab, that are going to love playing as many copies of this card as possible. And yeah, this one just flashback. Flashback for 7 is hilarious, because that's one of those things where you look at him like, surely you're not going to flash this back in Storm or whatever. Oh yeah, I will. You think I'm playing? I'm going to do this. 100%. Overkill does have funny number. I do get big haha funny. Blazing Bomb. 1 red for a 1/1 elemental. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Then has Blow Up. Tap, sacrifice this creature, deals damage equal to its power to target creature, only as a sorcery. I really don't like the spending 4 mana on a spell. That's not the easiest thing to do. It's like a worse version of, what is it, Expend? The thing from Bloomburrow. It's not great. It being an elemental is kind of cool, but yeah, not great. Choco Comet. Hilgigus. Nothing good. Nothing good. I think green already updated. I definitely read this as Galif's Big Naturals. Yeah, the raccoon thing from Bloomburrow. All right, let's talk about gold cards. Absolute Virtue. 6 white and a blue for an 8/8 legendary avatar warrior. With flying, the spell can't be countered. You have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. Notably, this doesn't give this card protection. So this is terrible. I would just play Sarah's Emissary. This card is worse than Sarah's Emissary from Modern Horizons 2. 7 mana 7/7. Choose a card type. You and creatures you control have protection from the chosen type. And people do not play Sarah's Emissary that much anymore. So yeah. So yeah. I'll talk about Sid. Sid, Timeless Artificer. 2 white and a blue for a legendary human artificer. It's a 4/4. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid. I like that this is a legend. I think it's very funny that this can be your commander and is also just the rest of your deck. I kind of don't like that it's a multicolored card. I'm sure there's some story implications, but for gameplay purposes, I like it much. I think it's more interesting when it's just a monocolored card. When these like whatchamacallits, the like Relentless Rat style cards are monocolored. I think that's more interesting. But I'm sure this is going to be somebody's favorite deck and they're going to spend $50 on, you know, $50 per copy of Sid. Hope Esdium, white and a blue for a 2/2 legendary human wizard with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Wow, this is like a casual player's nightmare, where they're like, "Oh my god, you gained a bunch of life and I mill cards." This is a casual player's 9/11. Like, that's really annoying. But it doesn't do anything, so moving on. Titus, Blitzball Star. 1 white and a blue for a 2/1 legendary human warrior. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Titus. Whenever Titus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. It's very neat that it's enters, but this is not very good. It's just the rate's too low. It's not that exciting. Doesn't do anything on ETB and has no evasion and all that. Oh. Come on, Scryfall, load your cards. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Emmett Selk Unsundered. 1 blue and a black for a legendary Elder Wizard. It's a 2/4 with Vigilance. Whenever Emmett Selk enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you can transform Emmett Selk. Turns into Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, a 6/6 Vigilance legendary avatar. During your turn, you can play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exiled instead. Oh, excuse me. Cool commander. I don't think it's particularly good. ETB or attacks is nice, getting to loot. It doesn't die to bolt. It's a little awkward for Caracas, because obviously they don't want to Caracas it too much, because you just get to keep looting, but also it's not in green or white, and so it's harder to really, kind of circumvent getting Caracas too much. 14 cards in your graveyard is fucked up. That is a wild amount of cards. That's too many cards. And if you have that many cards in your graveyard, you are trying to do that. And then that makes it a little transparent. They're like, oh, I should probably be, giving a shit about your graveyard. And then having to get to your upkeep for this. And then it turns into this. Which is I like Yogwill. Love me a Yogwill. You know? Like, come on. Would it be good in Reanimator? No, I would just play better cards. It's a commander card. Lock Cole. 1 blue and a black for a 2/3 legendary human rogue with Death Touch and Lifelink. Whenever Lock deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. This is a limited card. Hello? What happened? Why'd you go to a new window? Sephiroth Planet's Heir. 6 mana and blue-black for a legendary human avatar soldier. It's a 4/4 with vigilance. When Sephiroth enters, creatures your opponent's control get -2/-2. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you put a 1/1 counter on this. This card's not good. Ultimecia Time Sorceress. 5 mana and blue and a black for a 4/5 legendary human warlock. When Ultimecia attacks or enters, surveil 2. At the beginning of your end step, you can pay 8 mana and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. And if you do, you transform her into a 7/7 menace creature with when this card transforms into Ultimecia, take an extra turn after this one. I will say, I don't think this card's very good. It is fucked up that there is a time walk on an uncommon. That is not a thing that they do. Mulder. That's a time walk on an uncommon? Way too expensive, but kind of wild for limited. I feel like a lot of people are going to lose to this. Also, it's at end step. You hit your end step, you pay the mana, you exile the cards, you transform her, and then you immediately take a new turn while you have a 7/7 menace and all your mana. Holy shit. That's pretty good. Not good enough for Canlander, but that's pretty good for limited. Zonde, Dark Mage. 2 blue and a black for a 3/3 human wizard with menace. Gets +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. You know, this is just a big donkey, but this card is a really big donkey. It's not playable, but it is kind of wild that there's like, all right, here's a 4 mana 7/7 menace. This is one of those spots where it's like, God bless Caracas, am I right? Get this stupid idiot out of here. I mean, this card, I could see myself dying to this card. I don't think it's particularly good, but I could see myself dying to this card. Black Waltz number 3. 2 black and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature. It's a wizard with flying, death touch. Whenever you cast non-creature spell, Black Waltz deals 2 damage. Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. I love having a 3 and then the 2. People are going to get this shit confused all the time. It is a 4 mana 2/2 without an ETB that dies to a shock. Flying death touch is kind of neat, but yeah, I'm good. Oh, I need to find another... All right, finally, some good food. Garland Knight of Cornelia. Black and a red for a legendary human knight. It is a 3/2. It says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1. And then has pay 3 black, black, red, red. Return this from your graveyard to play transformed. Activate only as a sorcery. And then it comes back as Chaos the Endless. A 5/5 flying legendary demon that when it dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh yeah, give me a second. forget who. Sorry, you've learned your lesson. I didn't even say anything. I didn't say anything. And evidently you didn't because you apologized. But also, don't worry. Okay, so I think this card's pretty good. My reasoning why is that 2 mana 3/2, good, hits like a truck when unanswered. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil one, powerful ability. We've seen how good Dragon's Rage Channeler is, even if you don't have Delirium. And then being able to pay 7 mana to return from your graveyard to play as an uncounterable 5/5 flyer, quite good. It's cheap enough that it gets around Caracas. But even if, you know, they do Caracas, it only costs 2 to replay. And it fits into an archetype that plays Blood Moon. So if you are worried about this side, don't worry about it. Rakdos midrange usually plays Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. And that's where I'm mostly thinking of playing this card, in Rakdos midrange or Rakdos Delirium, one of the best decks in the format. So it already has, why do I like this? It is cheap. Its ability is powerful. It has uncounterable late game presence that fits into a pre-existing top tier archetype that also plays cards that get around one of its weaknesses of getting this big payoff and getting Caracas, as well as that deck having a ton of discard cards, a ton of cards that make blood tokens, a ton of looting. And so you can put this card away and then bring it back later. That's also a deck that makes a bunch of treasure and typically dedicates its points to fast mana in the, through like Moxen and Soul Ring, which is cool. I think this card's quite good. I imagine this is going to be one of the better cards, if not the best card of the set. There is no PPR, but there is a hashtag non-sponsored stream where we are going to be using product that we have received as a part of the ambassador program, or not the ambassador program. Loading Ready Run has a relationship with Wizards of the Coast, and they give us product because they like us and we do things for them. And so this is technically not a PPR, but we are going to be playing Final Fantasy cards all day. Any reason for no PPR? Yeah, it's Square Enix. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. 2 black and a red for a 3/4 legendary human mutant wizard. Funny creature type. Really? Well, they, for all promotional product involving a company as big and as, well, Japanese as, Square Enix, it's just a bit of a logistical nightmare to do. And so there's basically nothing being done with it other than all the kind of content that can be done once the embargo is lifted, or for, the other stuff. This is what happens when you deal with large companies with IP that they are very protective of. Man versus Manatee, welcome back for the 17th month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. 4 mana 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, you make a tapped 0/1 black wizard token. With whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you have 4 more wizards, you transform Kuja. Turns into Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage instead. I actually don't hate this card. It does get Caracas. It survives Bolt, and they need to deal with it immediately. It does come with immediate value, but if you get to untap with this and have a second end step, they're just dead. Not to mention, 4 wizards, when you already make 2 wizards off this, is pretty easy. I think wizards, unironically, is an underrated typal strategy in the format, and I would like to explore it a bit more. And I don't mind this card in that archetype. Balthier and Fran. You think you can get me with a hot rabbit woman? Well, you're wrong, Square Enix. I'll never play your MMO RPG. With or without Inala? No Inala, but yes to Kess. It's 12. All right, well, you're still not going to get me to play your Gooner game. 1 red and a green for a 4/3 legendary creature, human rabbit with reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1, have vigilance and reach. And whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you can pay 1 green and a red. If you do, after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. My take on this card is still no. It's like a 3-mana 4/3. It's just not super exciting anymore. Dice to bolt. Vehicles are a pretty tough build around, especially if we go into red green here. I'm just unexcited by this card. I've stopped getting tricked by 4-mana creatures that have stats bigger than 3/3. You can't get me anymore. This gets Barakised into the oblivion. It was originally developed to be an MMO. I knew it. I could smell it. Your sword? Maybe I'll give it to you later. Well, maybe next time you shouldn't do the exact opposite of what I tell people not to do, you know? That's not a that's something that transcends modship entirely. All right, I've added your moderation privileges again. Oh, fuck this card. Continuing the trend of the funniest fucking names in the world. Gladiolus Amacetia. Is it Latin? Is it Amacidia? Amacisha. Gladiolus Amacisha. What about this Gooner game, the All Boys Road Trip? I'm okay with that. If you're gooning it to a bunch of Italian men on a road trip, that's okay. That's okay. Sorry, I'm just watching Sibwow ban someone. Or timeout. Wait, hold on. Let me see if you can ban them for misgendering you. I hate women, that's it? Don't you get it? I'm the premier women appreciator of the format. You can get it. You can get Caracas with him and Caracas him. Does this end? I haven't even read this card. When it ETB, it's a 6 mana in Gruul, 6/6 legendary human warrior. When it ETBs, you find any land into play tapped, then shuffle, and has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters another target creature you control gets +2/+2 against trample till end of turn. What format? All formats. This is a 6 mana card, so it's not playable. I mean, okay, actually, you know what? It's better than Uvenwald Hydra, but Uvenwald Hydra does not see any play anymore. His sword is so big. Terra, Magical Adept. 1 red and a green for a 4/2 legendary human wizard warrior. With, when Terra enters, mill 5 cards and put 1 enchantment milled this way into your hand. Then has Trance. 4 red and a green, tap, exile Terra, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. Then it becomes Esper Terra. Very funny that this card is it is the 2 colors not in the Esper Shard. 6/6 legendary enchantment creature, Saga Wizard with flying. Chapter 1, 2, and 3 is create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. If it gains haste, if it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it, sack it at the beginning of the next end step. Chapter 4 is add double white, double blue, double black, double red, double green, exiled Esperterra, and return to play. I don't think this card's very good. I hate these mill a bunch of cards and only return something from that to your hand. At 2 mana or lower, I'm okay with it. Once you get up, it's just... I'd just rather play something else. Also, you know, Dice of Shock. Kind of struggling as to where I'd play this. Maybe like a Gruul Delirium deck that happens to have a bunch of enchantments. Or like Naya Enchantress or something. Very weird. Cool commander card, I guess. Draft Synthesis, back for the 20th month. Man, I love Uvenwald Hydra. Yeah, me too. I got to put it in, it's in a commander deck I'm playing. I'm very excited to cast it. Thank you for all the support. Hope you're doing well. Garnet, Princess of the Crystal Gems. Green and a white for a 2/2 legendary human noble cleric with lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks, you Oh, it... Lore counters? I mean, I guess this card's cracked with Urza Saga. You're not playing this card. You're not playing this card. Are you fucking for real? Her name is Renoa Hartilly? Lets you keep summons? Oh, thank God. All those summons I've talked about positively for this format. Renoa Hartilly. 3 green and a white for a legendary human rebel warlock. Oh, you can find it with Defiant Falcon. No, you... Oh, yeah. No, I can't. I can find it with Defiant Vanguard. Wait, no, I can't. I can find it with Lynn Civvy. There we go. Fine. I tried to pick a more niche one. Talk about the ban list? What ban list? Oh, you opened a foiled German Prophet of Krufix. I see. Congratulations. No. When Renoa enters, you make a dog named Angelo. Oh, I love Angelo. Whenever Renoa attacks another creature you control, gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. Not good enough, but cool dog. Sarah Farron. 1 green and a white for a 2/2 legendary human citizen. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Beginning of combat if you turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you can transform Sarah. And she turns into Crystallized Sarah, a legendary artifact that has the first legendary creature spell you cast each turn. Costs 2 less to cast. Legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. I don't like this card. Maybe in like a Naya Legends deck, but it's just... She dies to fucking shock. She includes herself on the turn you play it, so you don't get a big boost. And then she turns into Day of Destiny, which is okay, I guess. I don't know. This is the kind of card where I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, Naya Legends. I would rather just play a better non-legendary card. Not super excited. How many more of these cards do I have to talk about? Oh. Yuna, Hope of Spira. 3 green and white for a legendary human cleric. It's a 3/5. During your turn, Yuna enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. Beginning of your end step, return up to 1 enchantment card from your graveyard to play with a finality counter on it. This one's kind of cool. It is a creature that you can reanimate an enchantment. Getting back on Omniscience is kind of funny. I don't know if I'm playing this, though. There are probably easier ways of sneaking out enchantments. And I'm not really playing this in enchantment, like Enchantress or whatever. Judge Magister Gabranth. White and a black for a legendary human advisor knight with menace. And when it's a 2/2, whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. This card's not bad. I'm just not too excited to play it in anything. Maybe Orzhov Humans. Menace and getting bigger is kind of nice. Artifacts dying is weird for these colors. It's not a bad card. It's just not an exciting card. And I don't know if if it has a home. Because I don't really want to play this in Aristocrats. if there's more legends than not. I don't know. Let's find out. What's this set? Finn? Type creature minus type legendary. So there are... That can't be right. There are only 50 creatures in this set that are legendary. And this is including these transforming cards. So 50, 49... 48. Technically 48. And there are 92 legendary cards. Yeah, there's got to be more to come, but holy shit. 92. Oh. Yeah, I guess the job select cards are kind of non-legendary creatures. All right. Rufus Shinra? I mean, I guess it makes sense that there's a guy named after this company. 1 black and a white for a legendary human noble. It's a 2/4. Whenever Rufus attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar who's a dog. Not very good. It makes it poops out a 2/2. Gets Caracas. Doesn't die to bolt. Just low power. Why is this decapitalized? Squall, Seed Mercenary. 2 white and a black for a 3/4 legendary human knight mercenary with Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike. We call that Exalted. Holy fuck, they just didn't want to call it Exalted, huh? Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play. I mean, 4 toughness on a 4 mana card. Big D Seed. Yeah, I guess Exalted is only +1/+1, but it's basically just Exalted. What if they just changed it? What if they change it so that Exalted is more than just +1/+1? The way they changed Affinity. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be a world you want to live in? I don't know. I could try to convince you that this card might be playable, but I'm not playing it. No, Rafik and friends always say, whenever you attack with a creature alone, you do a thing. Shantodo? Tactician Magician. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantodo gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast the spell. If X is 4 or more, you draw a card. This card sucks. It's not a very good We Dragonauts, and We Dragonauts don't see play. 4 toughness is kind of nice, but I'd rather play Enigma Drake if we're doing that. Scryfall, please. I know that everybody's excited to look at their terrible new commanders, but I've got real business to do. Tella, sidekick to Pen, partner to Pen. I don't know. This joke sucks. Tella, Great Sage, 3 blue and a red for a 3/3 legendary human wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless hero token. If 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, you draw 2 cards. And if 8 or more mana was spent to cast the spell, you sacrifice Tella and deals damage to each opponent. That much damage to each opponent. This is a 5 mana 3/3 without an ETB. The Emperor of Palamecia. Blue and a red for a legendary human noble wizard. It's a 2/2. Tap to add a blue and a red. Spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if it has 4 mana, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, you put a 1/1 counter on it, and then you transform them. If there are 3 or more counters, and you turn into the Lord Master of Hell that looks like a stupid clown. It's a legendary demon noble wizard, and a 3/3. Whenever it attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-land creature cards in your graveyard. This side is very powerful. I just don't know how we're ever transforming it. Like, I think it's unrealistic that we're going to transform this card. And it's not a particularly aggressive creature. Doesn't really have a great home that can reliably flip it. I'm not super excited to play this card. It is a wizard, though. Who knows? Vivi Ornetier. This character I know. 1 blue and a red for a legendary wizard. It's a 0/3 that has pay 0. Add X mana in any combination of blue and or red, where X is Vivi's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Whenever you cast non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Vivi and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this ability is quite strong. And this ability is quite strong. It is a legendary creature without an ETB that dies to bolt. That's not great. But you can maybe get around it with Blood Moons because you're in blue and red. That's nice. You can do some wacky stuff with Agatha's Soul Cauldron or whatever. I'm sure there's some wacky stuff to do. I think this is more of a commander card than Canlander. But I could see a world where you play this and get to untap and you just pop off. Which I think is pretty nice. Like, it is you got to deal with it. And if you don't, I'm probably killing you. And that's pretty great. Genova, Ancient Calamity. 2 black and a green for a 1/5 legendary alien. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to Genova's power and onto one other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. Whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. This card's bad. 4 mana legend, no ETB. You only buff +1/+1 on other cards, and you need those other cards to die. And why the peak pre-order stonk hikes? I don't know, because this is all fake. Everything's sold out. There's always an artificial scarcity set with whatchamacallit. There's always an artificial scarcity with Universes Beyond sets. And then in practice, we see that that is not the case. That might be the case for this set because it's sold out like everywhere. But well, is that even true? I would say that part of this is because the strength of Universes Beyond is that you get to, you could just buy, I mean, there's only one box there, but you could still buy product. I would say the strength of Universes Beyond is that you preload your audience with nostalgia. So they're willing to spend a shitload of money on something it doesn't matter if it's good or if they need it. They recognize it, so they'll give you your money. It's something that works with movies. It's something that works with all sequels or whatever. And it's really working with something that is so akin to gambling. Usually true with collector boosters. What do you mean? Usually only ever a single print run. That runs counter to all the information I have heard. But what is, I mean, if you have information that says otherwise, I'm interested. Anywho. Oh, you're the meld one. Hi. Collector boosters are on a single print run because of serialized cards. Yeah, but they make a shitload of them, right? Also, the collector boosters for this set are like the single print run, that makes sense. I guess I'm more concerned about the like availability part of it. Because like, think about how many collector boosters from Lord of the Rings were opened. And then I just think about how at every MagicCon, every shop has a bunch of collector boosters for Lord of the Rings. My local shop has it. You can just find that shit elsewhere, right? Cloud, Planet's Champion. 5 mana and Boros for a 4/4 legendary human soldier mercenary. During your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. And equip abilities you activate that target Cloud cost 2 less to activate. 5 mana, 4/4 card that doesn't have an ETB. Great. Ooh, this card though. I like this card if it loads. Joshua, Phoenix's dominant. 1 red and a white for a 3/4 legendary human noble wizard. When Joshua enters, you discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. You can pay 3 red and a white, tap exile Joshua, and return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Comes back as Phoenix, Warden of Fire. A 4/4 legendary enchantment creature, Saga Phoenix with flying and lifelink. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, deal 2 damage to each opponent. Reminder, this is lifelink, so you gain that too as well. And then Chapter 3 is Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creature cards with total mana value of 6 or less from your graveyard to play. Exile Phoenix or return to play. I like this card. It's one of those, it's in the sweet spot of like, it's kind of annoying to get Caracas, but it's not the end of the world. It's like Tursa in a way. Tursa at least has haste. It's also in the colors that typically is played with Blood Moon, so it gives that a little bit of a more, lenience to that. The activation on this, 5 mana. Not the end of the world to get to. 6 mana is a different story, but 5 is definitely doable. There's no real cost to do this other than you have to tap it. And then a 4/4 flying lifelinker that domes your opponent and then can reanimate some of the cards that are being killed or discarded. Sounds okay. Inside Pigeon for the 71st month. Welcome back. That's so many months. Holy shit. Thank you for all the support. I hope you're doing well. Lightning Army of 1. 1 red and a white for a human soldier. It's a legend, obviously. A 3/2 first striker, trampler, and lifelink that has, whenever it deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or permanent the player controls, it deals double that damage instead. So downsides. This doesn't have haste, and it dies to shock, and there's no ETB. All of those are huge downsides. That said, if you get to untap with it and hit them, and First Strike and Trample and Lifelink do a great job of letting that happen. This can push a huge amount of damage. So I imagine this card will see some play in Naya Legends, Boros Humans. But also, it's a classic 2025 design of like, wow, this looks like it dies to a stiff breeze. And then the one game where you're not able to kill it, you just fucking lose. I'm not a huge fan of that card design, I gotta tell you. Not a big fan of the like, oh, you didn't have a shock? Oh, you fucking idiot, you clod. I guess I'm gonna kill you then. It's like, well, fuck me for trying to play Sylvan Ranger, whatever. Yeah. Oh, thank God this... for no reason at all, thank God that I opened the version of this card that costs $90. Dice to Bolt is not dice to shock. Dice to Bolt equals dice to shock? I don't entirely agree with that. I do agree that cards that shock are not as common as they used to be. But 2 toughness still gets got by a number of cards, right? Forkbolt hasn't been playable since MH3. Come on, Calvin, you're better than generalizations like that. Forkbolt can still absolutely show up. Undeliriumed Unholy Heat. Obviously, red decks have a bunch of shocks. Triggering off 1 draw plus a Bowmaster's ETB. Like, that's not nothing. Kavu Yearling. All right, now we're maybe trying to dip into some territory. The fact that also Kolaghan's Command, Tarfire, and Bone Crusher Giant Stomp all kill it, with Rakdos starting to become an infinitely more popular deck and also a top tier deck in the format, I think is fair to say. All knocks against this card. Not to mention that the spread damage that does show up in the form of cards like Pyrokinesis or Fury can pick off this much easier and also deal with a legitimate card, not just picking off a token or whatever. I agree that there are fewer shocks running around. Like, well, I'm trying to think of some of them. Like, yeah, there are fewer decks that are just like, I'm going to play, I don't know, Frostbite or whatever. But I think that 2, like, let's be real. 2 toughness is less than 3 toughness. Is Torch the Tower a playable card? Torch the Tower has shown up a bit. I think it's kind of fallen out of favor, but it has shown up in some of the tokens archetypes. Has shown up in the I've seen it in Rakdos Delirium. Great. I'm not getting FedEx. What am I getting then? Who's delivering this thing? Yeah, I don't know. I just try to avoid generalizations like these cards are unplayable. Where it's like we see that 2 damage spells still show up with some amount of frequency, and like, you know, I don't know. I'm willing to say though that that's a kind of discussion point that is very metagame dependent, but it also, like, talking about its prevalency is also metagame dependent, right? Like, saying it's unplayable is potentially reflective of a very specific metagame, whereas also maybe saying like, well, there are more decks running Bone Crusher and K Command and whatnot is also indicative of maybe there are more Rakdos mid-range lists running around in my metagame, right? Who the fuck is delivering my shoes? I ordered some new shoes and that's my, oh, UPS. Oh God, maybe I'm never getting these. Yeah, there's just more Tarfire. Fire and Ice is still good. Red has a huge downshift in relevancy with the average size of the best unpointed creatures in Goyce, Frog, and Oculus. Yeah, red not being able to deal with obviously the big boys, right? It's more difficult to kill a Barrow-Goy for a Psychic Frog or a Murktide or whatever with red removal. But I do think that's always been the case. Like, this was a case that, I mean, that's a large part of the reason why we've always seen decks like Jeskai and Grixis, is that, like, that's why those decks rose to prominence in the first place, was that, you know, after realizing that Blue Moon couldn't reliably deal with bigger creatures, and they always couldn't deal with bigger creatures, then it's a bit of an issue. I will say that cards like Tamiyo have definitely made it, you know, the fact that you have Tamiyo and, I was going to say Wild Nacatl or whatever, but like, we are seeing some additional, I mean, Dragon's Rage Channeler is a worthwhile thing to mention too. Nethergoyf, right? We are seeing more cheaper cards with 3 toughness. Have definitely put it, have definitely reduced the amount of shocks that people are showing up with, but it's, I still think, my argument is I think that this has always been an issue with red removal. Not being able to deal with those big threats in the decks that are typically playing those. Yeah, it's, I guess what I'm getting at ultimately is, I think that this card is either going to die to anything, or you're going to untap and be able to just kind of push way too much fucking damage with this. Way too much damage with this. If red removal can't go to the face or deal 4 damage, I don't know. I mean, Galvanic Discharge is pretty good. That can deal more than 4 damage. Rarely does so. I'd be interested in actually looking at the at some of the deck lists and some of the damaging cards. I gotta find the music here. Anywho. Zidane, Tantalus Thief. 5 mana and Boros for a legendary human mutant scout. It's a 3/3. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn. Untap it. Gains lifelink and haste. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you get a treasure token. This card's just not good. All that talking for something that's not good. Ignis Scientia. 1 green-blue for a 2/2 legendary human advisor. When Ignis enters, you look at the top 6 cards of your library. You can put a land card from among them into play tapped, and the rest go on the bottom of your library in a random order. And has, I've come up with a new recipe. Oh, this is not what I wanted to listen to. Yeah, this is fine. For 1 in Simic, tap, exile target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token. It's an Elvish Reclaimer. Or not Reclaimer. Elvish Rejuvenator / Clifftop Frog. That can be Caracased. That can also maybe gain you some extra life. Look, Scapeshift plays some fucked up cards. I'm not saying I'm jumping at the opportunity to play this in Scapeshift, but I have seen some absolutely wild cards played in Scapeshift. Trenton took 4-color no black shift with this like Aether Drift snake that I had never seen. I mean, I had seen it. I don't think I read it. Curious as to what it does. I'll look it up right now. Well, this card's not the worst. The 2 mana 1/1 flying Death Touch Snake with exhaust 4 generic reveal cards on the top of your library until you hit 2 lands, put them into play. And the rest on the bottom in the random order, put a 1/1 counter on this. Yeah, see, you just have a bunch of shit that you want to play that looks really bad, but it's like, dog, I just need to hit land drops so that I can cast this 4 mana spell and kill you. And this card can certainly play into that. I just like that you can hit any land. You can Caracas it. I don't know. It's all garbage that you're playing. Omega Heartless Evolution. 5 green and a blue for an 8/8 legendary artifact creature. It's a robot with Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put 2 stun counters on each of those permanents and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. This is so weird. So it's an 8/8 that comes into play and you pick a permanent and you put like 4 stun counters on it. I think there are better Tinker targets. Noctis, Prince of Lucis, or Lucius. 1 white, blue, and a black for a 4/3 legendary human noble with lifelink. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their cost. If you cast a spell this way, this artifact enters with a finality counter on it. This is a 4 mana legend without an ETB that dies to Lightning Bolt. I know that there's a combo with this card, an Aetherflux Reservoir, and Mox Diamond, or Chalice and Vexing Bauble, and a 0 mana artifact. But you'll never believe this. We've already found a way to make Mox Diamond busted without needing to play this card. Yeet the Rich for the 51st month, the Ancient Hydra's Year. Shout out to one of my favorite cards from Nemesis. I love Ancient Hydra. Remove those fade encounters. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Oh, you gain life from this? I'm still not into it. Kafka, Court Mage. 2 in Grixis for a 4/5 legendary human wizard. When Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. Pay 8 generic. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka, only as a sorcery, into Kefka, Ruler of Ruin, a 5/7 flyer that says whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah, this is a bit too expensive. It's not as bad as it looks. It's a little bit win more, and there's not really a Grixis shell where you're going to want this. You know? 8 mana, only as a sorcery. They get to choose. Yeah, it's just... I mean, it's pretty annoying. This thing's a human? I thought it'd be like some kind of clown demon. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. 1 and Bant for a 3/5 legendary bird. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards on the top of your library, put one of them into your hand, and put any number of land cards from among them into play tapped in the rest of your graveyard. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Wait, what? Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards on the top, and then one of them goes into your hand, any number of lands from among them into play. Rest in the library. Wait a minute, this card's good. I mean, it's probably not, it's not good enough for Highlander, but this card's better than I expected. This card could just draw so many cards. What the fuck? I mean, you need birds. Triggers off of itself. Huh, weird. Thanks, I guess. If birds becomes good, here you go. Here you go. Sin, Spear is Punishment. 4 black, green, and a blue for a 7/7 legendary Leviathan avatar with flying. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random and create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat this process. I love random. Sure, whatever. Who cares? Finally, I'm out of the fucking legends. Never mind. A tier in Prewin. 6 mana, legendary artifact. It's an equipment. Equip for 5. Equipped creature has base power, toughness XX, where X is your life total. I just rather play Colossus Hammer if we're comboing to put a big fuck off equipment on something. Have I seen Elixir? I have. It's right here. I don't think it's particularly good. Buster Sword, 3 mana artifact equipment, equipped for 2. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage without paying its mana cost. It's very expensive. It's a powerful ability, but it doesn't provide any evasion. My gut says I just would rather play equipment that pushes damage or has additional value, not, you know, needing to hit. Instant Ramen. 2 mana for an artifact that's also a food with flash, and when it ETBs, draw a card, pay 2 generic, tap, sacrifice, gain 3 life. Sure, it's a nut. I don't hate this card. It's an artifact that draws a card on ETB, and it can put itself into the graveyard if you need it to, if you don't have your KCI. I'd probably play this over Spare Supplies, I guess. the most annoying people on the planet are complaining about this card. I would say there are probably bigger things about this set to complain about, but here we are. I like Candy Trail more than Ramen. Candy Trail doesn't draw a card, right? Just scries too. Oh no, you draw a card when you sack it. The draw on ETB is very important. That's the thing. Is that you get when you get the draw on ETB, it means that you can sack it to KCI. So you've already been you've already cycled through a card and have been able to like pay for it, right? That's the important part. If we're talking about the nuts and like comboing off with like I don't know, KCI or whatever. Magitech Scythe. 4 mana for an artifact equipment with a test of your reflexes. When this equipment enters, you can attach it to a creature you control. If you do, that creature gains first strike until end of turn. It must... That's so much fucking mana. Summon Bahamut. 9 mana for an enchantment creature, Saga Dragon. It's a 9/9 flyer. Chapter 1 and 2 is destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Chapter 3 is draw 2 cards. And then for Mega Flare, you can pay 4 mana. Or sorry, not 4 mana. Mega Flare, Chapter 4. This creature deals damage equal to its total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. I don't actually hate this card. I like that you can persist it. I like that you can channel into it. No, I don't like that part as much. I like that you can persist into it. And like just blowing up their permanents and then drawing a couple cards is pretty nice. And then, you know, doming them for some amount of damage. I'm not like the most enthused about this. I could also see this in like a, what's that? There's a player that has like a wild show and tell Flash Rector style deck that has like Darksteel Monolith and friends. I could see this card showing up in that. The Regalia. This card's so fucking funny, man. 4 mana artifact, 4 mana legendary artifact. It's a vehicle with haste and crew 1. It's a 4/4. Whenever it attacks, you reveal cards to the top of your library until you hit a land. You put that into play tapped and the rest on the bottom in a random order. I think this card's pretty good in Commander. Not for real formats, though, but I mean like 1v1 formats, but just, it's a fucking card. You know, when Kaladesh came out and people were like, I can't believe there's just cars in Magic the Gathering. And they were all like very fantasy adjacent or whatever. This is just a car. This is this is like the fucking son of the dealer that owns the dealership. Okay, so this is Prompto. This is Gladiolorus. This is Noctis. Who's this guy? Have I seen this guy yet? Hi, Mulder. Ignis. Oh, this is the food. You make the food guy drive? Wait, is it a right-hand drive or a left-hand drive? You make the food guy, you make the guy that's driving you also cook? That's fucked up. You shouldn't do that. I don't care if it's his car. That's fucked up. Unless he wants to do it. He's responsible? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Ultima, Origin of Oblivion. 5 generic for a legendary creature god. A 4/4 flyer. Whenever Ultima attacks, you put a blight counter on target land, and for as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities. Has tap add for a colorless, and whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional mana. Not an artifact, not on ETB, legendary creature. I'm not super excited for this ability either. Just tap your Tolarian Academy. Ultima weapon, 7 mana legendary artifact equipment. Equip for 7. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature and opponent controls. Equipped creature gets +7/+7. Nope. World Map, the best card in the set. 1 mana artifact. Pay 1 generic, tap, sack it. Search your library for a basic land, put it in your hand. 3 generic mana, tap, sack. Search your library for any land, put it into your hand. Really nice. If you play it out against like a Blood Moon deck, finding your basic, typically decks that play Expedition Map. If they're an Academy deck, they're only ever finding, you know, one island or so, but that's kind of nice. And then just having another way to find an Odawara or your Tolarian Academy or Inventor's Fair, it's just, redundancy is so nice. We're on to a land cycle. Truthfully, I haven't figured out how I want to evaluate these. There's a cycle of lands. They all enter the battlefield tapped. Add the respective colors for WUBRG, and they all have an adventure that's a sorcery. Lands with an adventure is huge because the cost of inclusion is pretty low. The blue one is bad because you're not going to want to play this card anyways. The green one, that's so much mana, and tap land in mono green is a little tough. The red one is cheap. But again, a tap land in mono red's a little tough. But it has a like instant speed, make the one of the like, you know, pyromancer, the flame breather style creatures is cool. The black one I think I'm the most interested in, at least for like, yeah, it comes into play tapped, but also, you know, oh, it's a sorcery. Oh fuck. But it's pretty free. I think I'm okay with this in like a 2-color deck. And the white one just costs so much mana. Like, the fact that they all need to be tapped, only tap for a single mana, and, like, none of the adventures are that good. Like, even out of the best one of these, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be... Even if I try this, I don't think I'm ever playing it. Like, they're just so... like, uninspiring and mid. I'm good. I'm going to skip them. There's a series of towns. They're just dual lands. Not super excited. This card is a town card. There's a new Radiant Fountain. There's a new Hideaway card. You need 4 legendary creatures. It's not legendary itself. I rather just play Windbrisk Heights. Playing a colorless card in like a lot of the Legends decks that get brought up too are also multicolored, so it's super awkward playing this. Oh. Eden Seat of the Sanctum. It's a town, tap set a colorless, pay 5, tap, mill 2 cards. Then you can sack this land. When you do, you may return another target permanent from your grave. No! Oh, stack. No, they fucked it up. They fucked it up. You can't even Rings of Brighthearth with this card. Because the sacrifice isn't on the activated ability, so you can't Codex Shredder loop with it. I was so stoked for this. I admittedly totally blew past this in looking at the set. But the fact that I can't sack it. Okay, so the deal with Codex Shredder is that you pay 5, tap, sack it, return a thing from your graveyard to your hand. If you can copy that ability, you can then have the copy, which resolves first, targeting the original, and then the first one targets whatever you wanted. And that can create some loops. I got excited because this came into play untapped. Could fill up your graveyard. And then also red sacrifice puts itself into the graveyard. Doesn't matter if you're returning another permanent. That does mean that it's a little difficult to get around or to get with like the second sunrise kind of effects. But being able to return, I don't know, a Black Lotus, Pyrite Spellbomb, whatever, and like mill your deck is pretty great. Man, I got so fucking excited. But no. Starting town. It's a land that's a town. Not relevant for our format. This land enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn. This card's pretty good. A pain land that taps for colorless is nice. I may try this out in Storm. I'm kind of curious to see how this card plays out in our format. It's like a very powerful ability. Coming into play tapped on turn, 4, 5, 6 or whatever is a little awkward, especially when like you hit that with the fast lands. But the fast lands also just don't care what turn it is. And so like you can have spots with like mocks and draws. It's pretty great. But yeah, it's hard to complain about a City of Brass that can also, or I guess technically a mana confluence, that can also just tap for colorless mana. That's kind of nice. And then I think that's it for now. Going to do one last sweep. I mean, I could just go to most recent releases or whatever. Oh, sure. They just released a whole bunch. These cards are not good. These cards are not good. I mean, this one's kind of funny. Opera Love Song. 1 in a red for an instant. You choose one. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards until your next end step. Or 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 until end of turn. This is an additional copy of Reckless Impulse. We've seen a couple of versions of mono red play the Reckless Impulses. The fact that this is also just, added damage is kind of nice. Redundancy is welcome, especially with the flexibility of that deck looking to push damage. Merrick, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? And then I think I got everything else. Great. I will be doing another set review podcast, another set review stream at some point in time, because I haven't covered all the cards, but we covered most of the cards. I imagine the next one I do will just be like a little tag on, a supplementary kind of stream. But yeah. So far, the set looks pretty mid. And most of it's out. That's a lot of fucking cards, and most of it's out. But that's okay. There's some cool cards here. I kind of like the Commander product a bit better, but I'm okay if these cards aren't super exciting. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Reminder that this is going to get put on YouTube. Maybe not immediately, because I have to immediately go right now. So not going to have the time to do that. That'll be up, if not later tonight, tomorrow, but probably later tonight. There's a free Discord you could join. If you want to give me money, you could do so on Patreon, but you don't have to do that. Let me drop you kids off somewhere. God, I'm very thirsty. Hey, Voxy's playing Final Fantasy X. Don't you want to watch another streamer that plays Magic, debatably, play a Final Fantasy game? Sure, why not? Go watch Voxy play a Final Fantasy game, and then I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. Bye.